Hey everybody, it's the Last Robokai here, and welcome to some more Super Robot Wars 30. I didn't end up getting jury duty, and you know what else I didn't get? Sleep for the last week, because of the visiting 3-year-old year-old niece, and Endwalker. It was more Endwalker than the niece, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. I have definitely self-inflicted MMO expansion release upon myself once more with no sense of control. And as a result, here I am at having basically gone to sleep at about 5 a.m. and woken up at about 10 a.m. Not healthy. So we're definitely gonna have to start fixing my sleeping patterns. So we're gonna run the stream basically until it feels like I can't keep my head up anymore. We'll call it probably 2 or 3 hour stream today, I think. So let's get stuck in, because we did end the last one noticing that we did have access to a Gridman mission on board the ship, which will give us access to even more wacky Gridman powers. So let's get started on that one. So this is Junk, the lone method of getting in touch with Gridman. Unfortunately, it's been on the fritz lately. That's why we wanted you to take a look at it, Xianhuan. I doubt we've got any replacement parts on hand for a model this old. Making them ourselves with a 3D print is pretty much the only option. Couldn't tell you how much work the thing's gonna need, though. Is it okay for them to work on it, you think? Beats me. Having folks other than us mess around with junk doesn't seem advisable, to be honest. Can't just ignore the issue it's been having, though. If junk up and dies in this, can't we just say Gridman's on vacation or something? Could you at least pretend to want this job? You remember we got joined by Max, Boar, and Vit. Previously, and it seems like Vit is just chilling. This thing's an antique. Just looking at it wrong might be enough to put it out of commission. That certainly doesn't sound good. Let's just put the mechanical bits aside for now and try attacking this from another angle. Most computer problems are the result not having enough memory. Fix that, and the rest should follow. Right on. Sounds like we have a few avenues to test out. We'd really appreciate it if you could do it without touching Junk's internals. What? You're asking me to just magic up memory out of the air? Nothing's impossible from where I'm standing. Really? What are you going to do? Simple. Junk's got network access, right? In a manner of speaking. Then we're going to hook Junk up to the lab's main system is what we're going to do. That'll let us offload some of the more strenuous processing and memory requirements. If that's what it takes to get Junk back in shape, then I'm all for it. That's not all. There's plenty of other interesting stuff I'll be able to do. Interesting how exactly? The proof's in the pudding, and we're about to break out some serious spoons. Pudding. I've actually got a little bottle of rum-flavored eggnog. Well, I'm going to be probably drinking during the stream. It's Bundaberg rum. Cool guy was talking about how a friend had recommended to him some like Bundaberg ginger beer. It's like an Australian brand of ginger beer. And he was like, "Oh god, there is so much sugar in this thing." So you know it's good. It killed him. He died. Cool guy's dead. he died of diabetic shock. Goodness. Impressive, eh, Gridman? By linking up with the lab systems, they've managed to create a virtual space within Junk. This is Zutsu Jedi, your home, Yuta. They've recreated it using the data the Dries Traeger collected during its visit. There are kaiju beyond the fog, too. They had to wing it on the details a little bit, but, you know, there's like Gmod errors in the distance. It's like, oh shit, somebody didn't download Counter-Strike. What am I intended to do here? Well... Gridman, do you copy? This is Maybe Hawkins. I'm routing into Junk from the lab. Connection looks good, no issues on our end. To start, I want to say thanks for helping out the Time Warriors. Now, this isn't really a thank you gift per se, but I'm going to put you through your paces. Pardon? I'm sending over some enemies. Just a guess, but I don't think you're going to like these guys. Happy birthday! Kaiju incoming! I created them using combat data and piped them in that virtual space you're currently inhabiting. We've overcome these foes before. They may have pushed us to the brink last time, but we're going to win! Think so? Wah! They have improved attack ranges and firepower! Bingo! I tweaked the data a bit, gave them a couple upgrades. You might be a killer melee combatant, Gridman, but I'm sensing a weak spot or two in your ability to handle baddies at range. These guys can land hits from a mile away and are packing massive firepower to boot. So what's the call? Well... I'll fight with everything I have. For me, there can be no other choice. Just what I expect from a genuine hero. Now go get him! Gridman, Fear not, Yuta. She has offered a challenge, and it is up to us to meet it. Right on, let's go, Gridman. So yeah, Gridman episode. So let's take a look at these sassy boys, because they weren't kidding. They got pretty good range. And as before, they've still got the anti-beam barrier. So basically what that means is just running up to attack that guy puts us directly in that attack range. Obviously, that doesn't. So what we want to do is, at the very least, try and be out of the optimal getting shot by enemies range. Which means that we may just want to take this enemy from here. Yeah, superhuman samurai cyber squad time. Their effective range far outstrips our own. We'll just have to charge in and close the gap. Got it. I'm ready for anything, Gridman. This is a very brutal mission on Expert, but there is a trick to it. I will never hate the little animations. So good just how all out they went for Gridman. Such a good series of animations for this. And the goofy little chameleon inside of the head. That's a good start. The less we get shot now, the better it gets for us when they start shooting us later. What you got for me, big guy? Just more of the same. I can live with that. That's more like it. That's more what I expected. Baby bop bop. So I'm gonna be having to spend like the rest of this week. Is Gridman a super or real robot? He classed more as a super robot, really. But he does have a real aspect to him. You can get funny old hybrids like that. Alright. So let's continue to try to avoid getting shot. And I'm gonna have to turn this so I can actually target this guy, aren't I? There we go. Gonna be a lot of listening to this song. But that's okay. It's a very Song of Hope kind of song. Like going to bed at 5 a.m. I can't remember last time I went to bed at 5 a.m. for any reason. Oh my god. That was a beautiful hit. Yeah, we do have Max. We also have very limited ammo for him. Yeah, I know I can use that Q&E to cycle through the enemies within the attack range, but it's still really kind of fiddly when they're on the corner like that. If I was just using a controller, that wouldn't be an issue, but because I'm using a mouse, it is. That's all it is. That's more like it. Yeah, Max has like 2 ammo, Caliber has 4, I think. Probably should just put bullet save on it so that he can use those abilities more. He has a interesting interaction with like his mechanics as he gets stronger. That I will be sure to explain when that becomes a thing. Ah, dagnammit. I stepped into his range! No! 6% was never gonna hit it. Yeah. Everything's been upgraded to snipey power. Watch out, Yuta! We can't keep letting them take pot shots at us. They're simply outranging us. What are we supposed to do? Maybe this feels a little cruel and unusual to me. Hang in there, Yuta. You've got all the fancy footwork you need to dodge those attacks. It's no good. The enemy's working together to block off our escape path. Gridman's one tough customer, but he can't take hits like this forever. Bet he's glad this is a training exercise, huh? Hey, this concerns all of us. If you blow it during rehearsal, that still stings. Are we just gonna sit here and take it? I mean, do we have any other choice? I think I know where this is going. I'm heading in! Okay, checkmate time. At this rate, we're seriously done for. Gasp! What's wrong, Gridman? This is our chance, Yuta! Yeah, I know. I make this look easy. Oh! Bleh, I'm your ace in the hole, and this is where you decide to bust me out? Well, whatever. I'm here. Time to make it count. Right! With Buster Gridman's firepower, foes such as these are hardly a threat. Okay, let's turn this around. Yeah, so now we have our own small sassy child, which is also a two-shot weapon. So, you know. But there are ways around that. Because if we go to EX action and we kill another one, we can use trick attack, so we can basically just get a free Buster shot. But we now pretty much equal our enemies in range. With unlimited firepower, I say we have the biggest kaiju barbecue ever. Just make sure the city stays medium rare, okay? Hey, it's virtual, which means nobody lives here, which means no fire code. Honestly, I love that line. There's no fire code here. You can't stop me. And yes, Boar is a little boy with fabulous pigtails. Y'all need to stop living with like a very small amount of health, though. That's a little upsetting. Yeah, I was kind of hoping to like kill someone with that, and then use trick attack, but it looks like a. Yeah, good. Grid Beam can finish the job from here. Yeah, they're from the Neon Genesis High School, so that's actually their school uniform. That makes sense. Tell you what, I love school a lot more if I got to look that stylish. No, just kidding. School is miserable no matter how you're dressed. slowly chewing our way through them. Of course, we're gonna end up not being able to retaliate to at least one of those things because we've just used up our buster shots. But that's okay. We can work with that.
Gridman を頼むぞ、ボラ。
アクセスコードバスターボラー。俺たちの力を見せてやる。やるぞボラ。武装合体超人バスターグリッドマン。跡形もなく吹き飛ばしてやるぜ。
Goodbye, codes. So we are at maximum morale too, which is good. But unfortunately, we are also at we've used up all of our our busters. I'm gonna like spend some of our PP on B save for Gridman. I'm kind of surprised that happened already. Run in and max him. The reason I wasn't using max before is just because of the range. I wasn't just trying to just trying to sort of, you know, take the optimal positioning and everything. I was also trying to spare everyone like as many as many battle sequences where we were just dodging as possible, which is the other reason I didn't run max in first. Just grid beam these two boys, and that'll be done. So the other one will not stand up to whatever we throw at it. Can't dodge forever. That's dodge decay in a nutshell. Excellent. Everything has gone as I have foreseen it, or something like that. I like how, no matter what, Rika still has the time to be like, no, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just, she could have learned at any point by now what the hell the Ultra Series is, but, you know, doesn't care. Just will not care to learn. Alright! Time for our special secret weapon, Trick Attack. Which allows us to forego ammo or energy when we use an ability. So, free shot. Yeah, that show and DLC 2 is coming out. It should be sometime this month. I'm really looking forward to it.
グリッドありったけをくれてやれ
I'm mostly looking forward to it just because we'll be getting Kyosuke and Excellent, and I do quite love those two. So there we go. That was probably because we've destroyed 5 enemies, and that was the hyper agent thing kicked in. We managed to pull out the win. You call that a victory speech? Put some oomph into it. A victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. Well and truly heroic, that. Honestly, I'm impressed you managed to jack into my simulator and force feed all this new data into it. Well, Neon Genesis Junior High is full of incredible programmers, so I lost this one, Gridman. Props. Next time's gonna be different, though. I'm very much looking forward to my rematch. Maybe's got a real knack for sounding like Evil Mastermind when she wants to. Yeah, CTD stands for Crash to Desktop. There are some issues some people have had here and there. Honestly, I should have been saving more. I could have gotten some if I wasn't careful. Then again, I wasn't using a spirit, so who knows. Things got dicey for a minute there. But you really helped turn things around, Boar. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I have to ask though, why did you wait until now to help out? You ever play poker? It's not an ace in the hole if it's the first card on the table. More importantly, Gridman's incomplete. Pushing things too far could be dangerous. If Boar was able to help without issue, I guess that means Gridman's powers are slowly coming back online, huh? Yeah, that and you really pulled your weight back there, Yuta. Thank you. A youngster fighting with a heart full of hopes and dreams. Ah, it puts a smile on your face. Yeah, I bet it does, Bucko. Just remember, it's your turn next. Must I? Bit just wanna chill. We acquired a Toku magazine. So yeah, now we've got another new attack on Gridman. After just getting a fresh one before. So we'll go in for the skill programs, and then I think it's very important that we give Gridman B-save. 2 of them. There we go. So now Max and Boar will have an extra shot, because it's only plus 50% ammo, and they're both 2 shots. So, you know, it's not that big and pronounced, but we'll also get quite a lot more calibers. And when Gridman gets going, those calibers are pretty wild. And how are we doing on engine room? Get that thrust integrity up. So we've acquired an item that boosts HP. Ooh. Pardon me. Which is nice. And how should I upgrade? I believe I know what I'm going to do next mission, so I'm thinking yeah, I can't fully upgrade just yet. So why don't we just that'll do for now. Alright, and as before, save. Yeah, it was like, now get the next one. Yeah, no, you don't get it straight away, guys. Alright, so I believe it's time for. I did believe I promised Cool Guy a character they may find interesting. It's time for Solitary Ace at the Star Rose. Ange Karoki joins as the 6th member of Team Rabbids. Perhaps we're going to go to the debris field to get some bonuses. There we go. Suddenly, at the Godinian's lounge, man, like, honestly, your battleship has a fucking bar in it. Well done. Captain Simon's the one who called the Time Warriors back to the Star Rose, right? That's what I've heard, yeah. So why is he just keeping us on standby? Captain Suzukaze took Kei and Tamaki off somewhere. It's not so bad having some free time, though. I finally get to work on my manga. You're basing this one off the other members of the Time Warriors, right? But, looking at it, to be honest, I can't tell if it's stylized or just, bad. If you're going for a super deformed style, I think it's cuter if the body is about the size of the head. it were up to me, I'd rather manga be more elegant than cute, with long slender limbs and large glittering eyes. So basically, you want to be shoujo as heck. She wants Clamp doing it. I can see that aesthetic working for the Magic Knights. Hey Ernie, you should get Azuru to draw a manga about us. That's a great idea! But I don't think Azuru is good enough to really capture a Silhouette Knight. Then just leave the Silhouette Knights out of it and have the manga focus on the chemistry between us. In other words, you're commissioning your dream journal. That sounds like it'd be a bit non-canon. They're having canon discussions. The visuals are too difficult. You could leave the medium entirely and just write a novel. Wow, Ernie, you've sure made yourself at home with our pop culture. You know, it's kind of a reference there to Gridman having, you know, not only an anime, but having it start as a novel, and then also having a manga. Oh yes, I'm really excited to spend some quality time with the Playmo kid again. Did he just say again? Alright, Azuru. You know how to get better at manga? Draw, draw, draw! Yes sir, Master Daisuke, sir! When did Daisuke take Azuru under his wing? Well, Daisuke wants to be a manga artist too. Sure, but Daisuke's are about animals turning into people, right? Does that really translate? Oh no, he's a furry. Actually, characters dressed up like animals is pretty trendy right now. Azuru must have been really inspired by Daisuke's characters. I don't get how any of this works. Hey, if Daisuke actually manages to give Azuru something resembling skill, I'll take it. Anyway, if Daisuke is Chizuru's counterpart, then I guess Chizuru is mine, right? What are you, stupid? I'm the sniper here, remember? Careful there, Saruga. If you want to get within like 10 minutes of Chizuru, you'll have to go through the whole battle team. Aw, give me a break. We teams of 5 have to stick together. We're back. Hey, how's everyone doing? Hi. Wow, they're total opposites. Chill K and Hyper Tamaki. Where have you two been? We had to do idols for a day as part of some GDF PR stunt. Idols? It was the best day ever. We wore a whole bunch of cute outfits and got a whole bunch of pictures taken. The last one was swimsuits. Did you say swimsuits? I told them to ask anybody else, like Chizuru or Rika. After the fiasco that was the Battle of Ceres, they said they needed Team Rabbits to rehabilitate the GDF's image. Sounds like it wasn't a little party. Right, so where do we see these swimsuit photos exactly? Yo! Come on, what's that look for? That's the whole point of PR, right? For people to see? Well, don't take his side, Dawa. That's enough grilling out of all of you. Okay, Tamaki, you did well out there. There's the sequence where they show Kay the swimsuits is pretty great because she basically just becomes like she starts talking about it, about how like every single aspect of these swimsuits are like horribly wrong, and she just getting more and more agitated until her face just morphs into this like featureless like screaming expression. Like, I say features, I mean like her face just loses its details until it's like two extremely like cursed looking eyes and a mouth flap that's just going blah 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 on an unmoving face. It's pretty great. Thanks. Whatever the motivation, I'm sorry you two were stuck with a job like that. Doing it with a friend like Kay was all kinds of fun. Of course Tamaki loved it. As long as it gets more people to join the GDF. I hope so too, but in the meantime we have a new pilot joining the Time Warriors from the MJP. Come in. This is Ange Karoki, your new comrade. He's cute. She's cute! Ahem. You think those two could get it straight? You may introduce yourself, Ange. I'm Ange Karoki, pilot of Black 6. It's an honor to be working with you all. An honor? Please, let me show you the ropes. Welcome to the team, Ange. I'm Azuru Hitachi. I'm kind of the team leader, I guess. Sir, please join me. For what? A mock battle. What? I've watched all your battles, and I'd love to spar just once. Please! So this Ange person seems a little shy. Remind me why you agreed to this? Didn't seem right to say no. No complaints here. I'm dying to see the brand new Black 6 in action. You got this, Azuru. As the senior officer, you've got to impress the newbie. Koji, do you believe Azuru is going to lose? I just don't think Azuru can shine in a mock battle. I wonder if you're right. If Team Rabbits did well in the test conditions, they wouldn't be called the Fail 5. And while performing well under fire is a useful trait for an AHSMB pilot, Black 6 is deployed. There he is! Whoa, look at that beauty! It's got more firepower than our AHSMB units, huh? The specs on file say it has better mobility, too. Let's see how the pilot does. I believe in you, Ange! You can do it, Ange! Go, Azuru! The mock battle will now commence. Both pilots fire at will. Whoa, not bad. That's so rad. Are they taking this seriously? Azuru, you've got to do something. I know, but... Wag! Point and match. Ange wins the mock battle. Azuru lost. That's not your average pilot. Who honestly expected Azuru to get whomped? I think Koji was right. He can't give it his all in a mock battle. I guess that's where the failure meme comes from. I think the point of failure goes deeper than it seems. What do you mean by that? He hasn't been able to re-trigger the spike in mobility the Red 5 achieved at the Battle of Ceres. Hey, you're right. Azuru's not in full control of Red 5. In fact, I think he's not in full control of himself. But of course, I think I'm the same way. How hard is he taking it, losing to a junior student? We should probably leave him alone for a while. Your concern is appreciated, but Azuru's not really the kind to need it. Ensign Ange, that was incredible! I'm so glad we have a pilot as good as you on our team. We were going to have a party to welcome you to the team. What would you like to... Screw your welcome wagon. Huh? I was born for battle. What do I need with parties? Well, we all need our hobbies, I guess. Oh yeah, speaking of, will you take a look at this manga I drew? Why the hell did you bring this? Well, I saw you looking at it in the cockpit when we were preparing to deploy, so I was hoping you'd give me a fresh take. Your theme is stupid, your story is a bore from start to finish, your composition is sloppy, and your designs are a tire fire! In short, it sucks, much like you. You call that a fight? That was crap! Is that because you load your cockpit up with junk like this? Now that's enough. That sketchbook is Azuru's treasure. What am I... I'm sorry! Ensign Ange? An enemy attack? Who would be attacking the Star Rose? Sansuke Gionor. Oh, hell. So, there's a lot to Ange, as you can probably see. But I do appreciate yelling tire fire, and any opportunity to yell tire fire is welcome. Let's bring in the let's send in the clowns, as it were. Always gotta bring the Elgaim and Uso. Just think about who else we can bring. We'll bring the narrative, I think. And we'll bring death. And then we gotta make sure that the narrative is in the right machine. And finalize. Ensign Ange, I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Wow, what got into them? Seems like they were just coming down from the mock battle, but... So they're both going to go into live combat like that? Remind me who used to do all the charging here? All hands, be ready to intercept. The Volgaroo. Wait, what? So they finally made it to the Earth sphere. We've run to their scouting forces this near to Earth before. But what we're facing now is on a different scale altogether. We have reason to believe their objective is to make landfall on Earth. They're looking to collect Earthling DNA personally, huh? If that's what they want, couldn't they also just attack the colony? We believe that one of our bases on the Volgaroo front was hacked some time ago. The intruders exfiltrated data on AHSMB development in the MJP. Then, it was the Volgaroo themselves. They are likely targeting surface-side MJP facilities that preserve vast stores of genetic samples. That would be the most effective way to collect our DNA. If they manage to get it, I suppose we can't hope that they'll be done with us and leave us alone, right? The Volgaroo take pleasure in the hunt. There's a strong possibility that they'll begin hunting any human they see, and hunt us to extinction. What? We're not letting that happen. Our species isn't just a ball they can kick around in their sick game. That is not even, like, close to what they did. It's like... what's my favorite sport? Oh, soccer! Come on, but they brought a whole army, we can't exactly take the ball on at once. In which case, we have to stop the Volgaroo from reaching the surface. It's as you heard, everyone. This is our last stand. Boy, we're gonna be doing a lot of those. We didn't even get a chance to give Ange a party, and now this? But we don't have a choice. Can you handle this, Ensign Ange? Yes, sir! Volgaroo incoming! It's very fortunate that Azuru is, like, just genuinely too pure and precious to ever, like, say anything, like, or take anything ever personally. Look at all of them. They're not messing around, are they? They'll cut right through our patrols with a force that size. Quake in fear, primitive creatures, before we rip you apart and then burn your planet to cinders. Whatever tricks you used on Rada and the Prey Axios, you'll find me a different class of opponent. That said, how come I'm dragging Luma's squad with me when they're always skulking around the back lines? I bet he's got a sinister scheme of some sort going on. The Volgaroo seem to be engaging us rather than breaking through to the planet. This is one time their bloodlust works in our favor. All hands intercept. Be cautious of their commander. Looks like that Giad guy isn't here this time. Ensign Ange, I know this is your first time in live combat, so take care of yourself. Roger, I'll do my best. Hey, so let's check out Ange. That's a cute little machine. And Ange themselves is all about just jacking that morale up, dash, and just getting straight in there and fighting. And this, once, as you know, pretty much with all of the AHSMBs, it's got a defensive shield, the jury system, and a harmonic level. So, you know, in essence, the more, I suppose, best to say, the more in trouble they are, the better they perform. And the higher the morale goes, the better they perform. And for the moment, we start with, but I know we get more attacks, the Apache gun and a sidearm. Let's get stuck straight in and start beating the hell out of these goobly aliens. That's right, goobly. Let's just start plinking these guys with everything we got. Get the most out of my boy, the narrative. How does a giant robot have a sidearm? I don't know. It's just a you know, on the side of its arm, maybe. Maybe it's not sidearm as in it's a sidearm, but it's, I actually don't know. I'm probably 100% wrong. Sidearm does genuinely, generally, imply that that Ange's Black Six has a has more main weapons than just the pistol. The pistol is not the main weapon, and that's what makes it a sidearm. There you go. I explained it adequately with my tiny human brain melting from the inside out from a lack of sleep. Hey, it's Maki. They're after your pants, to Maki. I don't think her pants would fit them. Yeah, you never know. You never know. There might be a Volgaroo that's like chunky. You know, it's like a chunk Garu, as it were. Let's save Ange for a little bit first. Let's... Yeah, it's like, I'm in a life or death combat situation. I'm barely even trying. It's not gonna end well, buddy. Man, this is just like Uso having like the worst start to his day I think I've seen him have in a while. Again, seems like a lot of the characters on this side of the field are doing so well on the dodge. Yeah, the Volgaroo could just ask, yeah, but because they're whole haha, I love hunting, like it's kind of one of those funny little hypocrisies, I suppose is probably the nicest way to put it. They're trying to find genetic data that will like fix their fucked genes, but at the same time they consider themselves superior and hunt down those that they've put out there. I suppose that's another good point. Like, you know, how do you know the DNA is good if you haven't tested them in fighting and you're a bunch of people who like fighting and you're an idiot? They are, as they say in the business, kind of dumb. But that's to be expected. That's to be expected. Let's set this up for Ange. Ange must just be nervous because they've never seen a live fight before. We have to take care of them. That means I have to master Red 5. Like, invading Earth in a Super Robot Wars setting is usually a pretty good idea that you're an idiot. Because it's like, you know, in their own setting, sure. You know, the MJP is the only thing they got to worry about. But in Super Robot Wars setting, you're going to worry about literally everything. You got to worry about 100 different things happening. It will not end well for you. Your lack of genre savviness will be your doom. Alright, let's have Ange get a little bit of pew pew in with the sidearm. Get him a kill to start. Apparently the sidearm's a missile. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. I'm out. I'm just like I'm walking out. I'm just gonna put my headset down, and walk out of the room. Apparently they were on the side of the arms after all. It just gets me how Mitsuba just seems to always be hitting these 63% shots. At least 60% shots. It's just Mitsuba's just like, yeah, no, I got this. Leave everything to me and my battleship death cannon. I got this. It's just like so hard to get a battleship some kills. Just like, nah, nah, Mitsuba's got this. She's got this by statistical anomaly. Call him the poo-poo guru. I'm sure they would be offended. all the rabbits talking in one another's dialogue was a very excellent addition to this game. It's not something they do very often in Super Robot Wars games. Like, usually they might have a character who's not in the mech talking, But by having all the rabbits talk to one another, it really sort of helps cement them as a group. It was an excellent design decision on the part of the devs.
今のは少し危なかったな。
反応が遅かったわよ、アサギ。
ウルガルがここで食い止める。合体を失敗したら怒られる。車線上にいる遊軍機は交代を。もらった。はあ。
Close. The real problem is that the sidearms are stronger than the primary weapon. Ange's just gonna get one more attack in very quickly. I don't know why the something awful threat seems so down the MJP the rabbits. Oh look, I don't know. I think a lot of it is just there are a lot of people with a lot of different opinions. It's like stars in the sky. But just as we seem to be the only planet that we can find that sustains life, so too is my opinion the only correct one. I'm gonna have to remember that line. I feel like I haven't heard anyone say that one before. Someone probably has said it before, but I haven't heard anyone say it before. It's the power of just being purely obstinate. Alright, you think you can get through this without getting crumped, Uso? We do need to keep feeding you kills. And we can't feed you kills if you're getting shot down. Like it does need to be said that I think a lot of people probably dislike them because the a lot of the characters do have undesirable character traits. Like Suguru is he doesn't really get the full portrayal of his character. Like here, it just sounds like it comes across like he's horny on main. He's always hitting really appropriately on everybody and things like that. But in the actual anime, he's got it's actually he's really all talk. Yeah, Randy's another problem. Randy by name, Randy by nature. Tamaki makes me a lot of people are really uncomfortable, and I can understand that too. Oh, a rare miss from the Ernie. I don't think we're hitting that, but I'm gonna try anyway. Squad in orange colors is supposed to be the same one that carried out the security breach. The orange means covert ops, and what are they doing here? Can I just say, the whole idea that it's just like we have color-coded our forces. You're either really confident in your ability to do what you want to do, or you are genuinely goddamn insane. No one would suspect a bright orange ship to be covert. Alright, so you wanna... Can you beam rifle that boy down? Man, Uso, you are like sucking air. Let's just move you a little... Let's move you a little closer here and hope that we can get... Yeah, see, there we go. Put you in a command radius, because apparently you just can't hit anything. Purple is sneaky because you can hide behind rich people's purple curtains, because purple, like, rich people think purple is the color of wealth. So every single rich person has at least one set of purple curtains in their house. And therefore, you can always infiltrate a rich person's house and then hide. So basically, in the universe, it is my brain. I know it was a joke. That's why I made the joke. Cool guys busted into the lore of purple, and I'm just like, no, I was also shitposting. Don't worry about it. Railgun.
待て、ほらランディ行くぜ。こいつも持ってけ。
Even the little guy was like, man, that animation is shit. Is like, phone did. There you go, okay. Since we gave her a little bit more range, she's been hidden away. She's been popping things a bit more effectively.
距離再計算来た逃がさない
Can't come back on shit posting. You'll regret this. Nah, I'll just move this forward. After we give Subaru a kill. It's like I'm just trying to decide who gets the little bit of experience in the kill marker. Brr. Alright, and we've got next to K. Not bad, this is almost good spot! The enemy commander is approaching the Star Rose. Get any available unit to intercept. We don't have any available units. We're all tied up. Uh-oh, Ange. Ensign Ange? What? You think you've got us licked? Well, you're dead wrong! What kind of tactics did you expect from that lump of mush you call a brain, you ugly swine? Gah, this one's actually strong! Yeah, you get back in formation. Everything about you is crap except your speed, but your speed won't save you this time, you stupid amoeba! Who is that? Ange, I think? You're really going at it. I think my ears are ringing just listening to it all. Ensign Ange, the enemy commander is pulling back. Return to formation and will you step off, shove your arrows back down your face pit? I got this covered. Roger. Is this what they're really like? I'll crush all of you, every one of you. Whoa, you can say that again. That's the sixth member of Team Rabbits, the one they call the fail rookie. Well, this one's interesting. You know what, Primitive? You get to be my Lamato. Watch out, Ensign Ange. The enemy commander is targeting you. So what? Just, do your best. Let them come. I'll crush them all. And if they turn tail, I'll crush them anyway. I'll just crush everything and everyone. So, Ange now has full assault. Yeah, Ange is definitely the you are huge, that means you have huge guts character of the game. There's a lot to Black Six. Black Six is good at all ranges. So if you miss this mission, do you get Ange assigned to you in like a different way?
ちと戦うことが俺の任務だ。合体は苦手だけど
Okay, that's interesting.
やるしかない。掴んだ。やれる。行くぞ。
Because yeah, even on my personal playthrough, I didn't miss this mission. I think that's mostly because
決めろ。ブルーワン。
there's sort of a funnel point, if you can call it that way. Basically, until we do this one particular mission, essentially there's no newer missions will come outside of ones you earn from like, getting kills. And so once we dry up all those, we can only continue doing this one mission. But it's also not a you have to do this mission like within a certain number of turns kind of mission. So you can just you can take your time and kill what you like. That makes sense, and it probably doesn't. I wanna try and get Daba a kill as well. They just show up during a start MJP mission. Fair enough. Yeah. It's interesting that just interesting how many missions can be missed in this. But yes, until we do the mission for Lelouch rescuing Nunnally, time will not move forwards. In effect, we will not lose access to any missions. Some missions might change based on units we acquire, but we won't lose any. It's kind of interesting because you will see like different named missions, but they're the same mission, but because you've unlocked something or done something else, there's slight detail changes on them. That's why it's basically impossible to like true 100% this game, if you know what I mean. All right, let's hand launcher's not gonna be good enough. We'll probably just have to attack sequence it. Can we beam saber it? I think this is a better introduction to Ange, to be honest, than any other way. I explode. Alright, well, it looks like second wave is getting ready to come up, so we might as well just get into position and get ready to start blasting. Become the beefy boys and the battleships and the wiki boys. Oh, the auto settling in.
臆病なぐらいがいいから。私たちは狩りの獲物なんかじゃない。ディープスラッシャー。
You tell them alien bastards who's boss. That's the perks of just like funnel. Yeah, that's the perks of just funneling every single skill point you acquire while playing the game into the protagonist. Is they just start like the game says, oh yeah, they're gonna do about this much damage, and then when they actually do something, it's usually like 100% crit chance. They explode everything, everything dies. It's great. They do ridiculous damage with even the most basic attacks. And I always do that exclusively with the protagonist because it just feels right to do it just with the protagonist. It just feels correct. Yeah, the clown's still coming. Once again, we'll just miss, I think. Man, Gideon, if you think for a second I'm gonna like use SP at all this mission, you're kidding yourself. I say, pretending I didn't do it with Dabo earlier. Actually, after this attack, I might save it. I've got a bad feeling. like my statistical unlikelihoods paying off. Let's move you over here so everyone can actually have like a command aura. I'm just gonna save it. There we go. May just form a battle line and let them sort of bounce off me now. I say a battle line, but it's more just like a line of robots. There's no formation, I line them all up neatly and start making pew pew noises. Cool guy thinks the human form Volgaroo when they can look like they're breakdancing, so they're the breakdancing Volgaroo that catch on fire. So I will see them from now on. This is where Surugu's in his element. The battle line ain't moving, he's just grooving. Stand by. Yeah, you tell that battleship who's boss, Ernie. We do need to get some more kills on Ernie too. Though he won't get this kill if Suruga finishes it off. It's kind of funny. Ernie will get the experience point, but Suruga will get the kill point. Yes, yes. We will get to see Ernie's rival here. He hates the aesthetics of Silhouette Knights. It's a wonderful rivalry. So Ernie just learned Daunt, which is fantastic. As you probably can tell. Oh yeah, I know exactly the mission, and yeah, I had Ryusei out. Well, we are a long way away. A long way away from that. Ernie having Daunt is Ernie having Daunt is funny because that's just kind of like the response most people have to him, is that he just like lowers their morale, because someone's like, oh my god, he must be a super secret devil, then he turns out to be like Ernie, and everyone's just like, but why though? How though? Puts you to death. He just, you know, it's like the discussion he has with the prince of the Zoldyck Kingdom, who's like, man, I'll you know, join us and we'll give you whatever he wants. And he says, so you'll give me like full control of the entirety of like, you know, manufacture and creation of mechs in your kingdom. And he's like, what? No. He's like, well then, why the fuck would I join you? Because I've got that here. And it's just like, what? 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 Who are you and why is your voice so squeaky? Ah! Tamaki also has Daunt, so like we could like feed them SP ups and then start a battle, daunting an enemy just so much. Because it's kind of funny actually. I don't think it happens in this game, but there used to be a mechanic in certain Super Robot Wars games where if you actually lowered the enemy's morale to a certain point, they would leave the battlefield. like they would just go. Like they would literally just retreat. And yeah, Daunt is incredibly useful. I've played one particular, like Super Robot Wars V, there was like one enemy who had this like ridiculous attack and it comes after like a super long battle. And you've also got to like, your Super Robot point challenge is to basically beat him before he fires it. And the best way to do that is just daunt him into oblivion. And thankfully in that Super Robot Wars V, you get a character who has an incredibly cheap daunt, and I think her ace point, it just becomes even cheaper, so... She's also adorable as well. Vivian. Yeah, Vivian's the little one with the lollipops, correct? From Cross Ange? The little adorable one. The only thing I've seen of her in Cross Ange is her like in midair with like a whole bunch of grenades in her hand, like spinning around a wire to throw the grenades and then flinging off before the explosion goes off. I will be very happy to talk about Cross Ange and why it is an incredibly hilarious sass of otaku culture. It's God, like Super Robot Wars V will be fun. Super Robot Wars V will be fun, especially when I because there was like a whole discussion in the Something Awful Super Robot Wars thread, and I was like, look, I haven't actually watched it, but from everything I understand, and I sort of wrote this thing out about certain characters and things like that, and everyone was like, okay, yeah, well not everyone, but like a lot of people were like, oh, okay, actually, yeah, okay, cool, I understand now. There are a large number of characters actually in Super Robot Wars 30 when they get their ace bonus that also actually lowers morale too. Gemini is one of them, if you believe it. Come on and keep him coming. I'll wreck every one of you. Get in my sights and I'll shoot you down. That's all it takes. So what I'm hearing is, don't get in front of Black Six. But it killed him to lay off the friendly fire? I don't get why Ange was so shy before. That's how they're a failure, I suppose. Ange will fit right in with this team. Will you stop? So yeah, you can see why I said to you why I thought you might enjoy Ange. Cool guy. I know Cool Guy is quite fond of characters who will basically tell you they will rip off your head and shit down your neck. And Ange is definitely as you just saw, Ange is definitely a character who will do that. And guess we'll just let him keep coming to us. Although I could nah, fuck it. Tamaki's got the thing on her that makes her like give us more stuff, so let's just zoom her over here and kill this thing. Yeah, apparently apparently some people did have trouble getting the Zuru back, but when the patch dropped, I had no such problems. Yeah, like, Ange's thing seems to be, typically Ange is a nice, quiet person, very shy, very antisocial, and, but when battle starts, basically just the adrenaline just goes a little bit too far, and the fight instinct overriding the fight or flight instinct, seems to be a very, very massive, overwhelming in this case. Just fight, fight, fight. Randy's shield punches so far above its weight, it's ridiculous. Look, you gotta encourage your shields, otherwise they won't work right when you need them. It's honestly like for all the shit talking we do of Randy, his role as a defensive backup is actually really great. Like he's really good to just like hug to two people. Because the degree to which he is able to deflect attacks is pretty impressive. Oh god, shield. Well, we'll see that in V and T, because V and T has Nadesco. Nadesco and it's good. I think, I'm gonna say this though, it always bums me out that when they do Nadesco is, they always do the, you know, they always do the Prince of Darkness, which is a bit of a downer of a franchise, if I'm being honest. And honestly, a lot of people basically say it was a little too much of a tonal whiplash from what it was to what it became, and so, like, you know, killed a lot of interest in the series. Because the original Martian successor, Nadesco, is like, it's really, really good. It's probably one of my favorites for the genre of, you know, ship full of people traveling around getting chased by things trying to kill them sort of stories. The first translated Super Robot Wars game I ever played was J, and Nadesco played a really big part of that. And I think my favorite part was when there's the captain, who basically having a conversation with Baron Ashura, because Mazin Kaiser was in it, so Baron Ashura was in there. And Eureka, the captain, was like, asked him what his deal was, and he explained how he's like two people sewn together and stuff like that. And she goes, "Oh my god, and your lips are always touching? It's like you're always kissing. That's so romantic." And Baron Ashura just like, it's just like, shut up! Shut up! Because couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle that realization. Dear. It was so good. It's just like, it was generally just one of those things that just cracked my shit up. Cracks my shit up every time. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I can't remember how exactly I got it, but it's definitely a dialogue line where Eureka says they're kissing. If I dreamed that, then it says a lot about me. But no, that's definitely a line of dialogue that they have. I think it's in the mission where you've got to stall them, because like these got hostages. But then again, I also may be wrong on that. Relying on my brain, especially today of all days, is probably a bad idea. Now, you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this with full pipes going. God, I love this idiot. Van puts his all
ここ
into
か
it,
ら
it's
先
great.
にウルガルを通すな。
行動予測パターンを全24通り算出。
それにランダム砲撃係数をインプット。手法用意。
Van's a scrappy sort, so all of his moves are like, you know, does battle for to survive. But I love his sword technique. It's really funny because so much about him is so unrefined, but you know, like some of the ways he uses his sword are real like it's not wild and ugly fighting. He's got stance, he's got technique. It's quite obvious he knows how to use a sword, even if he just sometimes just throws it and kicks it. So, zippity dippity up here. Keep the good times coming, the battleship coming, etc, etc. Full steam move for the B move. Van has monkey brain fighting. You could probably teach a monk. Well, I mean, Sekiro shows that you can teach a monkey how to use a katana properly.
防御シャッター下ろせ。
四方車線上に味方機を認めず AG ブレーキ作動。
発射5秒前。3、2、1。
撃て。
Please enjoy the gift of Bimu. It is the ultimate form of communication between civilizations. Well, I've just drunk all my coffee. It might be time to crack out the eggnog. I don't think you were here when I mentioned it, cool guy, but I know you had the Bundaberg ginger beer before.
敵の攻撃は想定以下ですね。
ですが油断はできません。艦長のためにも
It's like
外さないと。
yeah, but like they made a Bundaberg rum flavored eggnog, so I bought some. I had some last night, and it was real last year, and it was really nice, and so I'm gonna keep doing it. Ah, God, the Drees Traeger's theme still slaps. Anyway, maximum output. We need to get a kill for Ernie. Also, I've just realized I have forgotten to activate the part that gives everybody wish again. Oh dear. I can blame Sleepy Brain on that though, so that's all good. As opposed to usual brain. Ooh. Let's get the rum flavored eggnog out. See how much sugar's in it. A lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of sugar. I think he needs 4 more kills and he unlocks his final attack. Okay, well, we can use the part now. There we go. Bless. Sorry, not wish. Let's soften up these ones for some people.
ごめんなさい。行きます。ディープスラッシャー。敵はあれよ。さっきのはヒュッケバイン30に助けてもらった。
There we go. Oh dear. It's another one of those goddamn phone calls. It was actually really funny. I was going to be having it's like, as I said to everyone last week, I was like, oh man, there's a really good chance I got jury duty, so I will be, you know, like I may not be able to stream today. And I also took like a day off work because that was going to be happening on that day. Jury duty didn't end up happening, and then the person who was supposed to be replacing me at work called in sick. And they called me up and said, "Look, I know you're probably already like enjoying the day. Can you come in to work and do the shift?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." I mean, it was technically my shift, but it was just really funny how it was just like I made all this preparation for jury duty stuff, and none of it actually. It was like I had done none of it. was like, not an ounce of effort I put in actually happened. I love how her hands just go wibble wibble over the keyboard. Yeah, that's some nice eggnog. They actually have some Bailey's eggnog at my supermarket, my local supermarket. I may end up grabbing a thing of that next time once I run the rum eggnog out. Because Bailey's is one of those things. Goes really well with like milk stuff. Tell you what, Uso, I still need you to get some kills, so let's Bimu this guy down. Plus, you know, I want to hear the victory theme song again. Down you go, and see you later. Please have a nice explosion. Breakdancing. So really, we've only got one more of these ships, and then everybody else. Everybody else is just the boss. So. Look, a lot of breakdancers wish they could just explode at the end of their routine. You know what? I'm inclined to believe that. If I was gonna go, if I had just pulled off the best routine of my life, and it was like, and it was one of those things where some other guy was gonna do something afterwards, I don't want this. I don't want the feeling of victory or defeat to come based on what they did. I want it to be my moment for what I achieved. And so, having completed my breakdance that I thought was amazing, I would self-destruct. Like, it's basically the ultimate way to say it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. This was the moment. Perhaps that is why the breakdancing robot that caught on fire caught on fire. Dame is surprisingly effective against Volgaroo because of his, like, how strong his Zimmerine coat is. It's kind of funny. I'm actually really looking forwards to getting the Iron-Blooded Orphans boys in. Against the Volgaroo. Because, like, again, like, I'll talk more about Iron-Blooded Orphans when we get them, because I have seen the entirety of the first season and some of the second. But one of their main traits is the setting is that beam weapons just don't exist in any sort of reasonable capacity, because beams, like, everybody basically just, like, built armor to withstand the beams, so, like, nobody uses them. Like, beam weapons just don't work, so no one uses beam weapons, so everybody in Iron-Blooded Orphans just uses, like, giant, like, pile bunkers and stuff like that. So it should be pretty funny to see how that trains up in when they release the next DLC sometime this month. So it's just Klein now, huh? Alright, well, let's get into position. We'll have Ange finish off Klein when we do it. You've come for me, my Lamada. Now it's a real Shikara. Hey, swine, you've got some real nerve challenging me to my face, but I accept. Go to hell and stay there.
ヘタレが正面からかかってこい。
Alright, now to converge on the big boy and blow him up. In this particular case, I will actually use abilities to hit.
本艦でウルガルを押し返します。
主砲発射最終段階へ。防御シャッター下ろせ。
主砲車線上に味方機を認めず AG ブレーキ作動。
発射5秒前。
It's also worth noting, Iron-Blooded Orphans also does have another kind of the actually I don't really mind violently murdering someone into tiny little pieces, but it's not the Ange kinda I'ma blow you up kinda way. It's just more in the no, you've like basically the like you've sorry I've just noticed you're fucking dead now kind of way. like sorry, but I'm the kind of person who protects my friends through extreme violence, not dialogue. Goodbye. It is the end for you. Goodbye, you will not be missed. This is me growing up. Racer, a barely newer. Ange needs therapy. The problem is getting to the real root cause of the problem would require being in like another mech fighting Ange, so it will never happen.
こいつの威力なら食らえ。 このままなぎ払う。
マグロあたりを喜ぶなよ。スピードに自信があるなら相手をしてよ。
Oh, some good eggnog.
知恵となって消えろ。
今のは少し危なかったな。
反応が遅かったわよアサギ。
I just want to. So we've dropped his morale down to under 100. I don't think I have anybody else that has Daunt, unfortunately. Well, wait. Do I have someone that restores SP? Not yet. Not yet. That's a shame. I will eventually get somebody who's got that ability, and then you can just sort of keep doing it. Let's just punch him with the longbow. Tamaki's Daunt is just Tamaki's presence, like just this giant chunk, like smooshing through the battlefield.
まだだ。これ好きなこと。少しなら遊んでやる。すぐに楽にしてやる。
やっぱりウルガルはそうきた。
Alright, I think we've almost got him right where we want him. By that I mean... just a little bit more. Alright, well in that case, we'll send in Ernie. The sword of cannon, that should do it.
どんなロボットが相手でもイカルガは負けません。接近戦です。
The ones that do know the spiritual fortitude, however, are pretty terrifying when they get going.
なかなかの
Although this game, if you know its systems in and out, you'll never want for good killing.
ロボット相手でも通用する。
Alright, Ange. That should be enough. A little bit of cheer. Smash it. Bullseye and persist. I just remember, like, I've got to use supporters more often. Anyway. Let's end this hunt.
速さだけが取り柄の豚野郎ね。とっておきだ。ほらほらほらほら。終わりだ。嘘だ。こんな結果は。
Where did all those guns come from? Well, that's kind of the thing about Black Six. Black Six is more alien technology than like regular technology. I understand what the Pre-Exios was talking about. You primitives are incredible, especially the black one. You're my Lamada now, and I swear I will bring you down. Turning your curly little tail and running, swine? Then don't you dare face me again! Azuru, are you supposed to say things like that? Let's just say black humor works for Black Six. So he managed to rout them. But the Volgaroo will continue to send squads to try and reach the surface. The Star Rose will stay alert for them. But the Time Warriors may have to come to stop them if necessary. We'll be fine. We have a great, reliable new ally on our side. If you're following a chump, you're a double chump. Go extinct and don't come back, Volgaroo. Reliable, he says. I suppose having them as an ally is better than the alternative. But, they're a lot to handle, aren't they? This is my first time dealing with this, but I still can't help worrying. Ange is definitely something else. A mouse on the ship and a monster on the battlefield. Which one's the real Ange, do you think? I just wish Ange would stick with one of them. I don't envy the other 5 rabbits. Yeah, they're going to struggle with the time bomb of sorts being in the squad. A human being isn't a bomb, Kenichi. They're teammates. They'll work it out. I don't know. Well, you sure wouldn't let that get anywhere with an attitude like... You sure wouldn't get anywhere with an attitude like that, Kenichi. I think they can handle it. They've got Azuru leading them. Ensign Ange? I'm so sorry. I just get so focused I stop thinking about anything and anyone else. Yeah, that kind of came out in the battle today. I really am sorry. I said so many horrible things. Don't worry about it. I wasn't that offended. The other thing is, Ensign Ange, why do you keep using ranks? You never seemed that formal. Okay, Karoki? No, that doesn't seem right either. So, Angie? Definitely not that. Then, what should I... Just call me Ange. Excuse me. Hey, Ange! Man, I wanted to invite them to a party again. I'm sure I got your work cut out for you, Azuru. I'll get there in the end. It's my job as the leader of Team Rabbids. You're really persistent. I guess you have to be if you want to be a hero. I won't give up. As the leader of Team Rabbids, I'm going to get Ange to come to a party for their own sake if it's the last thing I do. And while we're at it, getting an actual answer on Ange's pronouns would probably help us avoid arguing with each other over it. Yeah, Ange is gender undefined and will stay that way for the entirety of Majestic Prince. No one will ever actually find out. And that's, you know what? That's Ange. So Ange is Ange. Oh, we got a small DBD. You know what that means? We're on a fairy hunt. So let's go run around and pick up a few things while we search the known space for a fairy. Here we go. We seek them here, we seek them there, we seek this fairy everywhere. Fuck you, eat shit, taste it forever, you worthless crap sack. Yep, that's Ange. A pilot of many words, but all of them cannot be reproduced or else the censoring algorithm on YouTube will freak out. Let's keep looking. How do you like the fairy hunts? I don't mind. Honestly, it gives you an excuse to go around and like scoop up any of these missions that come along. Yeah, I like Ange's like dichotomy. All right, so they weren't there. So let's head back down to Earth and take a poke around. Yeah, Quattro and Ryoma got a mission, and Quattro just doesn't exist anymore. He's just like, what? He's just gone. And every time you try and ask Ryoma, he just laughs and doesn't stop laughing, and runs out of breath so he can't answer the question. Still haven't done a mission in the Antarctica region, by the way. It must be where the final battle takes place. Final battle against what? I couldn't tell you, but... There we go! Fairy in Paris. Hey Iris. Hey if it isn't Mitsuba, there's a friendly face. It's the same dialogue every time now, where Iris just refuses to explain exactly who the fuck they are, but offers us money. So we just click through that. Just, you know, miraculously gives us everything we need, then pisses off again. Yeah, MXP's the best. And, you know, it becomes more and more as time goes on. And so we'll just, we'll skip up all the rest of the things in all the areas too while we're at it. I mean, why not? Give everyone a little bit more power and punch. We are getting ominously close to the first of our ace bonuses. Okay, no, nothing here. That's interesting. Alright, well, that was everywhere in there. Now let's head deeper into space. Have a bit of a poke around. Yep. Okay. And that's it. Bet she's the final boss of the inevitable expansion pack. That would be interesting. Alright. Now let's go upgrade the AOS. Yep, it definitely looks like we're still doing the engine room. So we just gave energy regen S to the Dries Traeger, and +4 range to the EX emergency retrieval order. I did? Oh, oops, sorry about that. When did I do that? It's the button is right next to my key, so I must have just accidentally hit that. Sorry, you guys can't see me upgrading the Dries Traeger, it's illegal. Okay, sorry. There we go. I just gave it 2 abilities. One which gave the Dries Traeger small energy regen, and one that increases the emergency retrieval order, which lets you just use a EX order to yoink someone out of danger and immediately pull them into your ship, which is I don't use, but is actually very handy. Alright, so what are the next possible missions we've got coming here? Oh god. We're gonna have to do that mission today. I reckon we'll do Lady Lady, and then the second coming of Zero will basically, I think, will probably be the last mission we do today. Because that mission is fucking amazing. Anyway, and so for that reason, let's upgrade the Elgheim to level 50. So, plus 200 attack power to all weapons and plus 20 mobility. So that's a good. And then, because there'll be a Kokius mission. Where the fuck are you? God damn it, where are you? There she. Okay, cool. There they are. I had like mega beef brain just now. Yeah. Quickly start upgrading the Lancelot Albion Zero. Yeah, he's just like, man, I asked for those guys to come and help me like ages ago. I wonder when they're gonna turn up. I don't remember if I have anything to give to anybody just yet, so I'll just quickly cycle through. Yeah, defense up. There we go. Alright. Alrighty then, it's time for Lady Lady. That is not the name of a character. I did tell you guys. God, the Magic Knight's art style is so different, I do a double take whenever one of them shows up. There is an entire, like, bonus mission where they all get transformed into super deformed characters. We haven't unlocked it yet. Just to give you a warning, yes. Yes. Let me get this straight. The Fartstar is a spaceship, just like Svit, the one on Mars. That's about all I can say for sure, now that we're in this solar system. Freaked us out too. Before we even knew what was happening, boom, we were in a totally different star system. So basically you got dragged here unawares. Essentially, yes, though now I'm grateful for it. Because it's given you an opportunity to put one right between Poseidon's eyes, and allowed us to meet you and the rest of the Time Warriors. We've been given an opportunity we'd never have had back at Pentagona. Dang, I'm impressed you're able to find a silver lining in all this. Is that odd? Nah, though personally I'd be losing my mind if I ended up stranded halfway across the galaxy. You're different, Daba. From Kyo and Arm, I mean. There's something about you that's calm and collected, I suppose. Don't tell me you're falling for Daba, Callan. No, it's nothing like that. How do I put this? There's something about Daba that reminds me of Lelouch. Daba, we're in contact with Full Flat on the Fartstar. Does that mean she's waiting our arrival? Right then. Full Flat? Fartstar Administrator. And the antithesis of Full Frontal. Get this. Fartstar's population is entirely babes, and Full Flat's the most babelicious babe of them all. Babes! A woman's only world. Ooh, like a secret garden just for us? Sign me up! I wonder. Wonder about what, us? The world is full of men and women. A land where that's only half true strikes me as off, somehow. And if its administrator has been given extraterrestrial rights by a brutal conqueror, we're going to need to be careful. Exactly, as. Full Flat's machinations are what brought us here to this star system in the first place. I'm going to use this visit to gather intel on Poseidon and determine her intentions. Hey, she lives out in an asteroid belt, and like anybody who drives in is just like gets the shit shot out of them. Alright, we'll take the Rakale. And then can't select units yet, so let's sail on in. So that's Fartstar. I keep wanting to say the Fartstar. It's certainly glitzier than I expected from hearing Daba talk about it. Yeah, it's like a giant disco space station. The Fartstar has deployed guidance signals for entry. Let's follow them in. You don't think this is a trap, do you? Daba and the others are part of the rebellion, but Full Flat still provided them shelter. For now, I think we can trust her. I'll join Daba and the others for the meeting. If the situation goes south, be ready to back us up. Understood. Be careful, Mitsuba. Suddenly, in the reception room, welcome, Time Warriors. I am Full Flat, ruler of the Fartstar. Thank you for I had to say it once. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to meet with you. Think nothing of it. The Earth Federation government recognized our existence. This is the least I can do to repay that kindness. I hope you enjoy Fartstar's hospitality in the interim. Just know that I have no intention of actively collaborating with the Earth Federation. They'll be taking the same stance you took in Pentagona, then. I see no reason to challenge that interpretation, top of my road. I'm glad to see you're doing well in any case. I do feel bad for involving you in this little vacation of mine, you know. Is that really why you're here? To play tourist? I find myself ever so slightly bored with Pentagona World's unchanging state of affairs. I've been waiting for an opportunity to ask you this. Full Flat, who in the world are you? Someone upon whom Poseidon took mercy. Someone who now rules a false garden. Why do you protect us back in Pentagona? Why did you bring us to the solar system? Does everything I do require a reason? Let me rephrase that. Are you planning to overthrow Poseidon yourself? And in doing so, do you intend to use the Time Warriors and myself as your pawns? But whoa, Daba! You don't have to just come out and say it. It's fine. Daba is simply guided by the passion of youth. Trying to play the mature adult in the room? play? Hardly. This is what it means to have maturity, you see. To answer your question from earlier, no. I'm only here by Poseidon's mercy. Allow me to demonstrate. Pardon the intrusion. Gasp! And who might this be? The commander of Poseidon's Imperial Guard. Kuasan Olabi. How do you know my name? How could I not? I'm entrusted with protecting the Emperor. To hear one of the skittering vermin of the rebel forces speak to me so flippantly? Disgusting. What's flippant about referring to my sister by name? Bum bum bum. Your sister? Yeah, don't you remember your time together on Combe? Was that? Cease this mockery. If I had a brother, I would remember him. What happened, Olabi? You went missing and now you're helping Poseidon? Why? That's enough, dub on my road. And who are you? Rio Clay Ront. Kuasan Olabi's adjutant. By the end of all the Elgime stuff, my tongue is gonna look like a pretzel. I understand the need for levity, Full Flat, but this mockery is a step too far. As a member of the Imperial Guard, surely you see the value of absorbing key members of the rebellion. Whatever your opinion is on the matter, I will permit no conflict within Fartstar. You sly fox. I suppose this has given us some fascinating new intel, at the very least. Dub on my road. Kuasan Olabi's reaction told me everything. You're a member of the Yaman clan. So what if I am? One of her duties is finding the whereabouts of Yaman survivors. She has a remarkable way of sniffing them out. The Emperor, Oldna Poseidon, seeks the clan's utter eradication. That alone is reason enough to stuff you out. Olabi, what's the meaning of this? Silence, dub on my road. You're in presence of Full Flat. Mind yourself. Olabi, let's just go back. Back to Combe. Combe? You don't remember? We fled from Mizun. You helped work the fields in Combe. Combe. Olabi, it's me, your brother! My brother. Enough of this charade. We're leaving, Kuasan Olabi. Wait! Just remember, dub on my road. If that star wasn't protecting you, you'd be dead. As soon as you leave here, you'll be dealt with appropriately. Until next time, Full Flat. Olabi, do you understand what's going on here, Kiao? Kuasan Olabi is Dub's adopted sister. And his fiancée. His what? Hey, don't look at me! Dub's dad pulled the trigger. Olabi went missing a few years ago. I was searching for her, that's why I left the Combe countryside. As I suspected, you are in fact, in a sense, a forgotten memento of the Yaman clan. You have my thanks, Full Flat. Whatever your plans might be, you allowed me to reunite with Olabi. Let me make this perfectly clear, however. I have no intention of playing into your plans. That will be your undoing, dub on my road. I realize that might just be bravado talking, but I don't care. Those who chase their dreams do so ever at their own peril. Is such a fate acceptable to you? I choose to live this way. I'm going to see it through. Set foot outside Fartstar and you will no longer have my protection. Poseidon's forces will fall upon you without mercy. You could at least stay here until they leave. I told you, I'm not going to play into your plans. I'm gonna go out swinging. Alright, let's, well, remembering that our enemy has a lot of beam codes, we don't bring out the Gundams. So let's bring out... I suppose I'll be using you two in the next mission, so I should probably pull you out. Gridman... Actually, Gridman's got a lot of beams. There we go, that's a good mix. I said it's a good mix, I've played almost nothing but Super Robots. That's a good mix. Poseidon Forces warship confirmed. The ship in the back probably belongs to the Imperial Guard commander. If I may, Captain? Yes? If we go after Kuasan Olabi, it will mean war with Poseidon. Oh, I'm well aware. Poseidon's an invading force. If we take down Poseidon and rescue your sister while we're at it, I'm not sure I see the downside. Sorry to put you up to this. At times like these, you don't need to apologize. Just say thanks. You're right. Thanks, everyone. Likewise, we're all in this together, Dubba. She's your bride-to-be, right? You better believe we're saving her. Heavy Metal Squad incoming. No. I believe there are 2 secret objectives here. I expect you to deal with them, Nemo Han. Oh no, there's only one this time. We gotta fight. Dubba's gotta punch Nay. Oops, sorry, didn't read that. The Imperial got us some nerve treating me like this. Whatever, makes things easier for me. Hey boss, who's this Kuasan Olabi chick? Simply ravishing. What? Oh, I've never felt more alive. Upon this Ashura temple, I vow to prevent those miscreants from advancing a single step. I missed you, Gable. And I expect to hear some gratitude, Hachia Machia. I'm the reason you're piling that A-class heavy metal. If not for me, you'd still be living the life of a bandit. Right, boss, sure thing. Stop calling me boss. It's Captain. Captain! Will you cram it, Gable? Whatever flights of fancy you decide to indulge in, do your damn job. But of course, prepare to feast your optic orbs upon the Ashura temple's awe-inspiring might. Punch through the heavy metal squad and take out the warship in the back. Killer-san, I'll be there soon. So I'm just gonna quickly double check my secrets here because hold on a second. So yeah, I don't need to do okay, so I don't have to do that. Okay. Where is she? Yep, so Dubba's got a fight Nay in this. That's the only secret that's on this stage. So let's send everyone on. Like every day, like as someone on Twitter said, if there was a character in Elgheim named Scrimbo Blimbo, no one would like bat an eyelid. Everyone would like if you told that person that was a character, they'd believe you because of all the names. Because they've got Hachia Mochia, Gable. It's all very silly, but in a wonderfully charming kind of way. All right, let's start thwacking. Brother, fighting to save his sister. Hang in there, Daba. I'll do everything I can to help. I will show off the temple and Hachia Machia in a moment as well. I just remembered I didn't do it. The heavy metals are all such great animations. So I'm just gonna save it real quick. You know, just in case it crashes. So let's take a look at Hachia? Yeah. So there's not really too much to him, except he gets double the benefit from terrain effects, which is actually kind of cool. That's not a thing I'm ever often familiar with. If we weren't in space, that would probably be a lot more useful. But yeah, he's actually Hachia Mochi is interesting because I'm pretty sure he's a character that's pretty much in the very first episode. He's a part of a bandit gang that tries to ambush Kyo and Daba. Is part of the bandits, but she falls for Daba and sides with him. And Hachia Machia betrays the bandit leader as well, and essentially disappears from the plot for a while, and then comes back in and ends up joining with Gable. There can be terrain in space, yeah. In the older Super Robot Wars games, the space stations themselves would often have like lots of terrain, but sometimes we've had maps where there's like lots of debris, and the debris does provide bonuses. So, yeah. But for whatever reason, they don't do space stations giving like defense in EN region anymore. But yeah, let's take a look at the old temple here, the Ashura temple. Oops, I keep looking at this thing. There's not really anything particularly impressive about it in terms of like special abilities or anything, but it is incredibly punchy, and it is piloted by Gable, which means it does do a lot of damage. Because Gable is, in spite of his very goofy nature, very strong. Anyway, I started drilling. Mamoru's trying to reason with these psychos. It's so adorable. We brought Jay Decker for his super Arresto beam. So that counts as beam. The reason I brought the Lancel Albion is like because the rest of his abilities don't count as beams, but unfortunately the Ange wings do. But we definitely need to get this boy some levels and stuff, because they're going to be doing some punching and hitting over the course of this one. he missed for a second there. It was just like, yeah, move to the left, move to the right. Ow, ow, ow.
Need
to get Suzaku up. And Callan. Fuck it. I love Callan so much. You could never stop Spinzaku. See, even Callan has adopted the power of Spinzaku with the Wave Surger. All right, let's see what these Nimrods bring to the table. Not a lot. Alrighty then. For anybody wondering about Spinzaku, there is a moment in the Code Geass series where Suzaku does a spin kick, but it looked so hilarious, people just started like looping it, so it looks like he's just sitting there in the air, spinning. And it's just, you know, it basically is just like Spinzaku became a thing. Yeah, and technically not a beam weapon, so there you go. I love technicalities. Yeah, good luck with that. It's probably the best descriptor for what just happened. Alright then, bye! Can you imagine just watching one of your teammates just go, I'll get rid of that big custom machine! Hits it once and then the machine just like smashes it in like one attack while going, please leave! Please don't come back to our planet! Well, time to live. Sorry Lilith, I really went overboard today. It's okay, Dubba. You only did it to rescue someone precious to you. But, do you like her? More than Arm and Lassie? I mean, what I feel for her is different. But right now I can't afford to overthink things. I just need to focus on saving all of you. I like that it's it's called Suzaku's plot armor when it's more like Suzaku's just basically been mind controlled to not die. That's like one of my favorite concepts is the idea that basically the power of being told do not die is so powerful that like he gains superpowers. That is just the funniest thing to me. You can tell she's an ace because she's wearing red. Not even the dumbest thing that happens in Code Geass. No, it's Code Geass is wonderful in all the weird things it does. It's like it's not even the dumbest thing Lelouch does with his gears, which is the funniest thing. Yep, so Hachia's moving in, Dalba's moving, sorry, everyone's moving, okay. So we definitely need to get Dalba up to... Can I get him up there though? No, I can't. I need to move him out of the way probably. And yeah, so we'll do that. Alright, Mega Particle Cannon, Husha. Yeah, what if we just killed all of a group of certain people? Just kidding, oh fuck. We get Oki next mission, so don't worry about it. If you want the expert on stupid, don't worry, he's coming.
こんな戦いやってられるか
Kablooey. Captain Bright just being like, alright, there we go. Let's go move up now. I do wonder if Odie has unique dialogue for that sort of thing, for supporting people.
1番2番攻撃用意
即興データ確認相対速度合わせよし撃ち方始め
Again she hits it. She has no right landing these shots every fucking time, but she lands the shots every fucking time. Like, what? She's just incredible, you know. Like, she's just one of those kinds of things. Just incredible. It's just like Mitsuma's just like, haha, statistics go brrr into the shredder. Let's see now. Need to get rid of these two, which we can probably easily do with the Marzen boys. Sometimes you just gotta let the saxophone go crazy.
Majin と呼ばれる意味を今教えてやる焼き払えブレストバーン
Oh dear. Still not really enough to get close. I just have to wait a turn. Unless... that should do it. I'm surprised you've aligned yourself with Fartstar, top of my road. This is the last time I plan on imposing on Full Flat's hospitality. No, this is the last time you draw breath! Oh, for crying out loud! I thought we were having a conversation there.
そんな腕で私の相手をしようってのかい
I am the most powerful amateur.
するんだねもらった
無駄な動きをしてるから
Damn it, my Ange is on the fritz. Withdrawing from Fartstar. Whee! We fought her and her shiny gold heavy metal back on his feet. Considering how much attitude she had, I'm surprised she backed down so quickly. Whatever is Lady Nay thinking? Wait, perhaps Gawaza Lowa put her up with this? He did. Spoilers, he did. Here, bud. All right, Hacha. I think you've had your run of things a little too long now.
ヘビーメタルとの戦い方はこうだ。ツインランサー。
Yeah, I suppose that trick would work. I don't actually really have Valor on anybody at the moment. I have an item that could use Bravery, but that's okay. The imperative to shoot down every single enemy in this game isn't so high because there's just so many missions to do and so many things to get. You end up with way more parts than you'll ever be able to put on every single unit anyway. And that's even with all the parts bonuses you can get.
俺だって慣れればちょっとしたもんよ。やられちまえっての。
Like, the best way to describe Hachi is he's like an absolute scumbag. He's like the worst kind of scumbag. Spin the win.
今回は勝てると思ったんだけどな。
Oh, crud, I can't afford to let this A-class heavy metal get trashed. I'm out of here. Peace! Hold it, Hachia. You wouldn't dare leave your commander to fend for himself, would you? Your life as a bandit still haunts you. You're getting a re-education when this is over. Yeah, sorry, Gable, but your boy bad. I can't choose that just yet. So what I might do, so I'll drill name to weaken him and then. I love Gable. Gable is like just one of those characters that even though he's like a villain character, and even though sometimes he does do some scummy things, like he's so, I don't know. It's so hard to like stay mad at him. It's like he's basically the guy who's like working in a villain organization, just trying to do what all the other villains are doing to get ahead, to like get promoted, because like that's like, you know, he doesn't want to live a shitty life. But like the whole time he's just kind of like, man, shit's going on here, and I'm not sure how I feel about any of this. Anyway, let's I'm actually gonna use gain on him, so I'm gonna try and get let's take this sucker out. Man, it's gonna suck for Suzaku if he's like died one day when he's died of old age. His body is just like he's like falling asleep peacefully with his family, and then after a couple of seconds the heart monitor just kicks back in again, and he opens his eyes and goes, "God damn it!" Suzaku just like climbs out of his grave repeatedly. Alrighty. We're very slowly running out of Gables, boys. Yeah, if we're gonna send one boy in to kill aliens, it might as well be this big boy. Yeah, that's generally the question. How the hell do I fight this thing? And the answer is, don't invade its galaxy. Of course, there are worst fates. Pictured a worse fate.
向かってくる奴には遠慮しねえぞ。ゲッター戦を直接ぶち込んでやる。
Yeah, full powered SRX when it's got the Archon is hilariously grand. Especially when he just, like, you know, shoots you directly into the sun from Earth. Continues to be one of my favorite attacks. We've successfully punched a hole in the enemy's defensive line. Now, Dubba, do what you need to do. Right. Zoom. But if I have anything to say about it, Dubba, zoom. Out of the way, Gable. You'll go no further. Stop, Gable! I have to get to Olabi before it's too late. What nonsense is this you're spewing? Kuwasan, Olabi, let's take this opportunity to retreat. Dubba, my road. Brother. Kuwasan, Olabi, are you listening to me? Understood. Give the order to retreat. Must inform the Emperor of this strange behavior. Olabi, no! I don't know what you're after, Dubba, but I relish your disappointment nonetheless. Gable, I've never hated you more than I do at this moment. What the? Is that reinforcements? That squadron! Zanskar is backing up the Poseidal forces. It would seem Poseidal and the Zanskar Empire have joined forces. You're kidding! Zanskar is really not fooling around here. Return to the ship, Dubba. You can't do this alone. Understood. This is... Dubba, my road. Oh, Dubba. All units intercept the Zanskar forces! Dubba, leave the rest to us. Fall back! It's okay. I can fight. But... Yes. He's all the way back there now. Bye, Gable. Let us know when you can come back, Gable. We'll hang out. I love how, like, there are so many moments in here where Gable is just like, wait, huh, He's like, when, like, he has this rivalry thing, but when Dubba gets actually upset, because he's so used to Dubba being, like, very calm, very collected, making fun of him. Like, Gable's used to being the hot-headed one. When Dubba gets angry at him, Gable's just kind of like, I've done a naughty, huh? I'm sorry. I feel bad now. It's not even like I have made a mistake, it's... Oh, I actually feel real bad now? Like, I've obviously crossed the line? And then a robot tases your cockpit. I'm only dodging because it's mean and it hurts. Yeah. So we got any special people in there? Or are they all just... Yeah, they're all just mooks. Alright. The Mook Squad. I feel real bad for Mook Squad right about now. Because Mook Squad just walked into a resting range. Sorry. It's just a resting range is like my favorite thing to say. I like to imagine when they're in space like that, that's Gunmax ramping off the Dries Traeger. And then just as he like hits the edge, he just turns into the gun, and then just like Decker catches him out in space, and then just goes, "It's time." Like, in terms of ridiculously broken weaponry, like, J. Decker is so understated.
Thank you, Yuta.
Just holy fuck! Like just no need for valor, no need for anything else. Just space cop. Space cop gonna blow you up. Suppose we should send some people to blow up the battleship.
順蔵大作千鶴小助準備はいいなはいグランライトウェーブ発射グランダッシャー
It's a little distinct, it's so dumb. Like, what if Robot was battering ram? The level of sturdiness required for like to not obliterate your own machine doing that.
確実に反撃で倒せ目標へ一斉射だ
Yeah, potential kicking. We can actually soak way more of those attacks. Yeah. Quantity is a quality all of its own. Just wondering if I can even get up there or not. Even with the boost dash, I probably won't get there. Really, to get like some movement, probably put dash on the unit. That'll probably perform better. The temple's gonna come in swinging anyway on us, so we can just focus on heading this direction and slapping bad guys around. And then when the temple comes in, trying to get a dubber, we'll super robot it to death. This is wasteful.
ジオンと何が違うんですかまだこの手があるんだなんだヘル
This isn't about, you know, this is about sending a message is what I mean. Like, and the message is die. Have a nice explosion day. Okay. Oddly enough, here's another case of you should have run. Perspective, you've just entered the space battle and Suzaku's got chicken bones stuck in his throat. Feels good. So there we go. That'll be a good level to have him at when the fun starts. we'll just have everybody else just get into position for when Gable comes a-running. I think that's everyone, right? Yeah. God damn it, Gable, get over here. Gable! My word, this pressure. Is this all being fueled by Daba's rage? Is there some kind of connection between Daba and Kyo-san Olabi?
ダバめ一気に蹴りをつけてやるどうだ
Like, Daba. Daba. Dude, stop doing this to me every time you fight him, please. You're like giving me 1,000 conniptions, a thousand times. Holy jeez.
我らの力をこの成形の人間に見せつけるレーザー砲で
みんな大丈夫か
なんとか生きてるわいだけどこれ以上はきついで
Eh, we're fine.
コンバトラー V が相手だ V レーザ
バカななんというパワーだ
I mean, the power to project a giant V through someone's head is actually really powerful, so...
ザンスカールのやり方を教えてやるワイヤーが絡んだ時が
Much like Combat Levy itself, the cheesiness will never be killed.
相手はこっちを甘く見ている
Oh no, my wire attack failed. Again.
最適な対モビルスーツ戦術で全部出し切らなきゃ
I really do love the way it holds the graphics on the rifles.
敵を足止めしてそこ なんとか
Well, like, good bike enough. Combat Levy was a robot created with a lot of input from children, so Combat Levy has the charm of childlike delight because it was a machine that charmed children Japan over.
危なかったメイン
Imagine being the guy that missed the super robot.
ブレーキ審査サイズ G セット
Oh dear, I'm gonna have more eggnog. Give me that eggnog. Look, man, these are the consequences of your decisions. You didn't have to make that attack. You could have gone home and been a family extremist, I guess. There probably wasn't much hope for you, if we're being honest. Alright. We need to go take care of the big idiot over here, so let's start the softening up process. There's no better way to start it.
隼人と弁慶の分もやるまでだこいつで蹴りをつけてやれゲッタービーム やるではないか
Impressive in a sense.
私は一人我が道を行くいわば笑え生意気なのだよ俺でゲッターを倒すつもりか笑わせるな
We're just gonna keep softening this guy up.
せこい男じゃ大物にはなれないぜ
Oof, Koji, please. I think that was probably the most brutal thing anyone's ever said to Gameplay. The accuracy on that did not require bullseye.
まだやられませんよ
How dare you come at me with so much saxophones?
君もとことん運がないな来たそこか
そんな攻撃じゃ足止めにもならないぜ
It's just great because you imagine just like these two Mazins and a Getter machine just fucking rock up and they're just like, hey, hi, strongest attack, bye.
必殺パワーサンダーブレイク
Like, how do you respond to that? I mean, aside from exploding. That's like the definition of you're having a bad day.
私にもできると教えてやる生意気なのだよ
Oh dear. Everyone talking about Zansuke's guillotine antics.
無駄な動きは必要ない
Oh, we'll have so much to say about that when we start meeting, like, more characters more directly tied to it. Man, I really gotta put Dash on Dan as well. He ain't getting into the fight nearly enough, which is really unfortunate. But the real question is can you actually kill him with that? No, we need to tickle him up a little more. Just a little bit more.
ヘビーメタルは動きが速い覚悟を決めて
I really did deploy a lot of super robots for this mission.
このパワーは君もとことん運がないな来たそこか
ちょっとヒヤッとした
Honestly. He's just lucky fucking Jay Decker wasn't in range. That's all I can say. No, still wouldn't do it. That's if I buffed his morale. So what I'll do... Oh! We've got another Daunter. That's good. Because it makes even more sense that he wouldn't like Lilith because, you know, he's scared of fairies. No. Not enough. And unfortunately don't have enough EX on the others to do anything. I suppose that's gonna help at all? Nah, still not enough, still not enough. Let's continue the softening up. I mean, it doesn't, like, Dubba doesn't have to get this kill, but it just feels wrong to me if it doesn't. It's like I'm going to all these legs just to make it feel right.
この私が力押し以外の戦い方が私にもできると教えてやるこれで終わりだ
こんなのダメージに入らない
Okay, that should do it. Also, I just realized, you know, just save it. I haven't saved it in a little bit. The paranoia is real. And, yep, I've got fortune and gain on him already, so let's finish this.
そこをどけオリビーが行ってしまう行くぞここは強引に
What's with how mad Dabba is? It just seems right that this is how he beats the shit out of Gameplay. Sniper's kit. A lot of levels. Curses! Drawing out the assured temple's full might yet eludes me. Still, as long as I have this heavy metal, victory against Dabba is all but assured. I'll prove it to you next time we meet. Gablay, though I meant no ill will, I've never hated you as much as I do today. Yeah, it's like, look, man. Like, you did a bad sausage, okay? Like, and I ain't cool with the sausaging you did. Let's double our credits. I don't think I've got enough now for a cheer from anybody, so let's just do that. This does seem a little mean killing Combat Levy's kill, but you know, whatever. I don't think we get to see this enough. That's all the Poseidon forces removed. Which means it's just these three incredibly unlucky dudes. So let's just make sure they understand just how unlucky they are. You cut a battleship into a V shape. They're not putting that together easily. It's a lot of duct tape. There's no such thing as overkill, there is only just enough kill. Alrighty, there's only one dude left, and I think it's time to remove him as well. Like, it is kind of funny to think though. It's like we look at all the units doing insta kills, and this is just like a placeholder unit until like Suzaku gets his actual unit, and he's one-shotting people with it.
帝国に栄光あれ。
There we go. All hostile confirmed destroyed. We were unable to accomplish our mission, however. Oh, Daba. I'm okay, Lilith. If Allaby is commander of the Imperial Guard, we're bound to run into her again if we go after Poseidon. Which means... remarkable work, Tom Warriors. That goes for you as well, Daba My Road. It's an honor to be so appreciated, but my judgment remains that you are a bystander in all this. This is what we call playing politics, Captain Mitsuba. Understood. Like Daba, we will continue operating as we have been. You came all this way, so allow me to give you intel on the movements of Poseidon's forces. Think of it as a souvenir. Poseidon has secured the Vastitas Borealis on Mars, and is using it as a supply line. You have our sincerest appreciation. All units, return to ship. We're leaving Fartstar's airspace. Well, he clearly responded to me. I need more information on Poseidon if I'm going to figure out what's happened to her. The city on Mars that Poseidon captured is our only lead. A stunning performance from Double My Road, equally impressive with the stalwart allies he's found since arriving in this star system. He's exactly the man you thought he was. Goha Lassie. She cute. I imagine the revelation that he had a fiancée comes as quite a shock to you, I will not discuss such topics. I wanted to be useful to him, that's why I chose to leave him. Ah, so that's the form your love takes. In that case, head to Pallada Star. Pallada? The resource satellite? Poseidon brought it along for resupplying. What reason do I have to go there? See for yourself with your own two eyes. Why did you save me? An act of whimsy, these feelings you have for Daba intrigue me. Well, you have my thanks, Full Flat. You needn't thank me. I simply acted according to my own desires. Yes, but still, I've made a commitment to do anything and everything for Daba's sake. A commitment, eh? We felt the same way, once, long ago. Pardon me, Full Flat. Name Mohan of the Extra 13. To what do I owe your visitation? Lord Gawaza entrusted me with a letter. I'm here to deliver this to you. Gawaza Loa, leader of the Extra 13. It seems the letter contains matters he would prefer the Emperor to remain unaware of. Those eyes. Another vassal in love's thrall. Lassie was a member of that organization that Ney is a part of, but over the course of many interactions with Daba, ends up falling for him. Though she does part ways with them. In part because she feels that, like, they needed more strength and just hanging out with the rebels as they were doing wasn't helping. So she goes off and becomes a mercenary. And, yeah. So, we've got that Vastitas Borealis mission. But like I said before, like I said before, probably just gonna do the next mission, which is like the Lelouch mission, because we could do this, but like I want to do this because this is the perfect mission to finish the stream on. I didn't even look to see how many kills he got. Sorry, he got a lot of kills. So let's upgrade the AOS as usual. Okay, back to the engine room. So we're giving the Driestrager now small hit point regeneration, and I've managed to not cover up the screen this time, which is good. We gotta go protect the Nunnally, which means so, plus 200 attack power to the MVS dual swords. This will carry over when he gets his new unit. And we'll throw some upgrades on the Gorn as well, although we won't be able to get it to full upgrade. Yeah, okay. That'll do for now. And again, just a quick save. I'm always very religious in my saving because I don't want anything to go wrong. I see people going like, "Oh, I lost like 3 missions worth of play," and it's like, why didn't you save? For the love of God. Alright, the second coming of Zero. On Lelouch's request, the team participates in the plan to rescue Nunnally. So we're off to the Indian Ocean. So, did we hear from Lelouch? That's right, the Time Warriors accepted his request, and we're now bound for Zukstani. In other words, he's got a plan for how to rescue Nunnally. If he's calling us out, he'd better have some info on the claw for me. Hard to say, after all, we're dealing with the famous evil Emperor Lelouch. Considering everything he's done, he'd easily lie just to get you as a tool. Hold it, Carmen, Lelouch wouldn't do that. He's not that kind of person anymore. Got any proof? So you're right in that. Before he died, Lelouch would do just about anything to further his plans. But it seems to me that after he put everything on the line to complete the Zero Requiem, Lelouch changed a little. More than a little. So you think he's hunky-dory now? I don't know if I can really put it into words. I don't think he's just going to just lie to people and use people anymore. At least, not people he respects. Just like Van, then. Like me? Well, Van, you can be pretty inconsiderate, and you're always doing crazy stuff. But you do try to think about me and Joshua and, well, everyone. Van's a way better person than he seems at first glance, huh? Hey, just so you know, I've been called Van the Nice Guy, the evil Emperor Lelouch, and the man of miracles Zero. I guess Callan's words have weight to them. After all, we only know those two faces. Still though, if he did lie to me, if he was lying, do what you have to, Van. Of course, just remember to leave something of Lelouch for me to punch too. Deal. You can have first dibs. Hey Suzaku, are you still having trouble forgiving Lelouch? Well, I've cooled off a bit now, at least. I get that he wasn't exactly planning on coming back from the dead, but still, somehow there's a part of me that just can't accept it. It's not that I can't forgive him, it's just more like having to come to grips with the fact that I forced him to come back right into conflict again. Well, if you're thinking that far ahead, then I'd say you were right to get away from Lelouch for a bit. If you ask me though, what you should do now is go tell him how you feel, face to face. Thanks, Callan. We should be arriving at the point Lelouch directed us to shortly. Everyone should get ready. Let's see how it is then, Lelouch. Let's see how you fight now that you've been resurrected. It's Cornelia, a member of the family and one of Lelouch's other relatives, by different mother. So you're the commander of the Black Knights, Lieutenant General Cornelia Lee Britannia? I am the commander Mitsuba, or is it E? It's probably EE. It's the capital. I don't know. Brain, no good. I'm Commander Mitsuba Grey Valley of the Time Warriors, Earth Federation Autonomous Corps. Take a shot! Yes, I've heard of you. That out of all the tattered remnants of the EFF, you draw in the fighters with a real backbone. So what brings the Time Warriors to our frontline camp? This operation was established in secret as a camp for our operation to rescue WHA consultant, Nunnally v. Britannia. Yeah, so I guess it would be Lee then. The regular military should know about it. Well, that's... I invited them here. Zero. We will need their help in order to rescue Nunnally. I still find it hard to believe, but it seems the reports that you're alive were true, Lelouch. I assume Suzaku is also alive then? That would be correct, sister. Do you intend to take up the name of Zero again? The only ones who should kill are those prepared to die. I stand here with borrowed time on a borrowed existence. By all rights, I shouldn't lay a finger on this world. After all, Lelouch v. Britannia abandoned both his existence and his world. So, why then are you here now, wearing that mask? Just for this one moment, I have acted, to rescue Suzaku, the new Zero, and to save Nunnally. I will return to Zero, as Lelouch Lamperouge. What utter nonsense. How dare you stand before me again so shamelessly, Lelouch? It's time you return to the dead. We can settle this once Nunnally is safe. But to make that happen, I need your Black Knights as well as the Time Warriors under my command. You have spilled so much blood. Yuffie, Dalton, so many more besides, and now you would have us lose our lives too? Simply because you wish to be a hero once more? Please, I beg you, give me your aid. I've spent every moment doing what I can on my own. I've examined Zukstani top to bottom. I've prepared every tool I can. But I can't rescue Nunnally on my own. I need your aid, all of you. Can you do it with our help? Yes, with it, we will win. Can you look at me straight and tell me you aren't lying? I've no need to lie any longer. There's too much at stake now. I don't know Lelouch all that well, but I trust Zero. Oogie. In the past, I failed to have faith in Zero and I made an awful decision. If I could do it all over again, I'd never doubt him again. Well, I'm going with Zero. After all, I know this guy can make miracles happen. Tamaki. Very well, Lelouch. Yeah, we have 2 Tamakis now as well. Though our mothers were different, I have never, for a moment, not thought of Nunnally as my dear little sister. How could I stand to not rescue her? Thank you. Lelouch actually thanked someone. It's not that much of a shock, aren't you? It's Orange! Man, there's a fucking story about this motherfucker. Well, that settles it. The operation begins tomorrow at 6 PM. Let me explain the plan. Imagine you got pranked so many times that, like, you got turned into a fucking cyborg and then continued to get pranked and then just went, you know what, I'm with the guy who keeps pranking me. Like, imagine that. That's his story. He was the man that got pranked into being a best friend. Are you sure you don't need to talk to Lelouch? I don't even know what I would say anymore, honestly. You shouldn't assume you'll get a chance tomorrow. If you have anything to say, you should say it now, or settle for never saying it. Well, I can kind of say the same about you, right? Seems to me you've been alive so long, you don't even think much about putting things off. Still though, Ogi, I don't expect to find you and Tamaki here. What can I say? Vice Prime Minister just isn't who I am. Remember, he's like the Vice Prime Minister of Japan, with the Prime Minister being fucking Professor, fucking what's his face from Nazinga. It cracks me up every time. So I tender my resignation, there we go, Yumi, to PM Yumi. Well, I definitely appreciate it. I need as many trustworthy staff members as I can get. Hey, thank you, Lelouch. It's all thanks to you that Japan's free of Britannian rule. For my failure to believe in our savior, for everything I did to you, I'm ready to pay with my life. Stop. It's over. It's all in the past. Zero. Pardon me, Ogi. It seems someone else needs to speak to me. If you don't mind. Of course, just please remember, Lelouch. As long as you need to fight, I'll put my life on the line for you. Thank you, Ogi. Lelouch. So, how did the world turn out? War's madness is overtaking it faster than I could imagine. So the Zero Requiem failed to change the world after all. Not at all. The world did find peace from your death. It just didn't last very long. Then it's time for Zero to take the stage once more. I have two things I need to say to you. First off, Lelouch, now that you're back, you should be Zero. No, you're Zero now. I'm just borrowing the title for this operation. It was only ever a figurehead. This role was made for you, Lelouch. So you too, every one of you. You need to give up on me already. How can I give up on you when you're right in front of me? I'm only here on borrowed time. On borrowed? No one knows when the rules of Sea's world. No one knows the rules of Sea's world. Who knows? I can vanish in a puff of smoke tomorrow. Don't say that. What was the other thing you wanted to say? I need to get ready for tomorrow, so make it quick. As Zero, I've crossed the world with the Time Warriors, seeing it for myself. Seeing the world being engulfed in war, I'd guess. I realize there's quite a bit to it, but in the end, the peace we built lasted only a year. And yet, people still insist on calling it the miraculous year. It's because of that single year, people once again believe that peace can come, hoping that this will pass too. And it's because of their hope that I was able to keep fighting without giving up hope myself. Lelouch, that's the world you saved. I want you to see that too. Suzaku. Lelouch, sorry. Guess it's my turn to lie. There's one more thing I wanted to say. I'm really glad you're alive. Really? You wanted to give me a piece of your mind when we first reunited back in the prison. Yeah, well, the world without you was much, much lonelier than I ever thought it could be. Thank you. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Now if we can just rescue Nunnally. I know, trust me. To do that, we have to make sure this Operation Rescue is a success. As long as we're side by side, there's no battle we can't win. Absolutely. We will win. Sorry to butt in on the hug party here, but you didn't forget about me, did you? Van? Ah, yes. Let's hear it. What did you find out about the Claw? Fair warning, if that whole thing earlier was just a lie to get me to play nice, well, you're gonna pay. I have no intention of lying to you. I wouldn't be so disrespectful to a man with the same eyes as I used to have. Enough yapping then. Out with it. I'll be frank. I wasn't able to gather any real information about the Claw or his supporters. However, I can tell you that they've integrated into Zukstan's central command as aides to their military. Good enough for me. Sounds like we'll find out once more if we've rescued your sister. Find out more once we've rescued your sister. Van. You said you used to be like me? Yes. I also once lived purely for revenge. Guessing you pulled it off in the end. How did it end up feeling? Nah, never mind. I ought to find out for myself anyway. Yes. Yes, just so. Meanwhile, in the Zukstani castle, there's been suspicious activity near our borders. The Time Warriors and the Black Knights. I'm sure Suzaku Kururugi is with them. I may need to sortie to engage them, sister. I'll trust your judgment, Shalio. Simply be careful. The enemy counts those who know of Geass among them. Sister, if the enemy wields a Geass, worry not. Once I make a prophecy, you can defeat any foe. I know that. We captured Suzaku Kururugi thanks to the power of your prophecies. Well, our preparations will soon be complete. Until then, none may be allowed to approach this castle. Then I'll head out. I shall command the defense forces then, your divinity, by your will. My, Geass. A power that can bend even the rules of nature to its whim. How do you know of Geass? Thanks to the comrade, of course. Then allow me to rephrase the question. Why are you helping Zukastan? Why are you helping me? Everything we do is for the sake of the happiness of the people. Quite. That is the dream we and the comrade chase. So, in turn, you ask for my aid. Very well. Our preparations will soon be complete indeed. I'm counting on you, Nunnally. All of this because your brother shattered the laws of C's world. Charles failed to fulfill his role, but even now, you, whose wavelength is close to his, can let me reach C's world. Stop going to the fucking weird witch dimension. It's just full of, like, fucking CC body parts. And discarded, like, pizza boxes. It's fucking weird. Don't go in there. Yeah, I was just looking at Michael's dumb handcuff necklace. It's the stupidest thing. It's the dumbest thing. Yeah. Alright. This is gonna be another fucking knockdown, slam out, big ass brawl, so we're gonna bring the big boys. Can't take too many of them though. Alright. There it is. How's the new Lancelot feel, It should be tuned to fit your style. The Albion Zero is made for multi-enemy engagements, but this one was designed to specialize in one-on-one duels. Thank you, Lloyd. But of course, I was pretty involved in its development, so I'm sure I'll be perfectly satisfied. Still, is the machine upgrade all I need to beat Shalio? Don't sweat it too much, Suzaku. What? Was it something I said? I just never thought the day would come when we banter before a battle like this. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they spent a lot of, like, code gears just trying to beat the ever-loving shit out of each other, over and over and over again. Cornelia's team and a separate Time Warriors team are acting as a diversion, and have split the Zukstani army into pieces. We'll break through here and head straight for the castle, where Nunnally is likely being held. Zukstani forces approaching. Not exactly the biggest Op 4 I've seen. Of course not. I analyzed a mountain of data to find the least guarded approach to the castle. Your eye for strategy is exactly what I'd heard it was, Zero. Well then, I'll leave command of this particular operation to you. Understood, Mitsuba. Thank you. All units charge. Break through the enemy defense line as quickly as possible. Alright, let's save. Let's make a beeline straight for the enemy forces and start sucking them right in the giblet. I did forget to equip dash on Van. My mistake. Oh. Let's switch pilots. There we go. I sent Combat Levy out too far. And of course, let's take a look at our new unit, the Lancelot Sin. It's a dueling machine, and it has the Blaze Luminous, which is the reducing all damage thing. And it's also got he's got the barrier and he's got a shield, so he's got pretty good defensive options. And one of the things that the full upgrade bonus for this is actually you get a map attack with the Varus. So that's not usually there. Is all I'm gonna say. How big is Zero's command aura? Zero hasn't been deployed yet. He will get deployed soon, but not yet. But don't worry, you'll get there. Alright. Time to get killing. The enemy lines are so thin, we've got this. Nicely done, Lelouch. You really are the man who makes miracles happen. God, they're adorable little things. Just a YouTube video about the hot knife. The hot knife versus the cold mech. We got two hot knives and we used them to fight each other. And then we killed the winner.
役目を果たさなきゃ。こっちも余裕なんてない。
一時の優勢に酔いしれていろ。
Yep, roll up, roll up. There's not many of you, and there's gonna be even less of you in a few turns. Perhaps even one turn. Well, you're the only one I can shoot at.
ジルクスタンの企みは我々の手で阻止します。衝撃砲1番2番攻撃用意。
了解。連装衝撃砲1番2番攻撃用意。
即興データ確認。相対速度合わせ。よし、撃ち方始め。
仕掛けたことを後悔するんだ
There
な。
we go. Finally a miss.
逃げられると思うな。
I'm like, little I can't hold out forever. She's gotta miss at some point. So there we go.
うろたえる必要はありません。
But at the same time, we have hit point regen now, so like taking little things like that doesn't even, it's like not even worth noting. Let's get Van some kills.
叩きのめす。ここにいた。
That face as he yells chest.
我らには無敵の予言が。
What happened to our immutable prophecy, indeed?
戦士と傭兵の違いを教えてやる。焼き払え。ブレストバーン。相手は素人か。それとも間抜けか。
Well, that's real rude to say that about Tetsuya, man. He has a 75% chance to hit. Come on, don't be sassy.
食らわせる。油断はできない相手のようだな。
A little embarrassing. Oh god. Oh wow. God, we barely gotten started and already the synapse attack is like a one shot.
ブレイクシンセサイズ G セットシナプス弾撃
Ah, so what's the relation between Great Mazinger and Mazinger Z? Like, which one came first and such? Okay, so the original series was Mazinger Z, and then Mazinger Z ends, and then at the beginning of Great Mazinger, Mazinger Z is pretty much trashed by the enemy, and Great Mazinger reveals itself. And so that becomes the story from
俺
there.
たちの全力をぶつけてやる
Like, the best way to put it is, in the original Mazinger Z, the original Mazinger Z was created by Koji Kabuto's grandfather. Pretty much just, like, possibly with an eye for what was coming, but he never really explicitly in the original tells Koji, oh yeah, the forces of Dr. Hell are coming, you're gonna need to, like, do it. He basically just gives him the machine and says, with this, you've got the potential to be either god or a devil. And it's after that, and then he passes away, and it's after that Dr. Hell, and that invades, and, like, Koji, you know, resolves to stop him. But the thing about it is that once Dr. Hell's defeated, Dr. Hell was the only thing stopping the Mycenae Empire, who created all of the machines that Dr. Hell was using. The only thing that's stopping them from popping out was, in fact, Dr. Hell. And so they pop out, and they're way more powerful, but Koji's father, who is believed dead, was working on Great and also training Tetsuya Tsurugi to be its pilot for a very long time, essentially abandoning his family to do it. Although he was presumed dead, and he's actually like a cyborg because a lot of him has been, like, you know, blown off. And so he basically spends all that time making Great So it's hard to say which one came first, but can I? Yeah, that'll do. But Great arrived second, and was more powerful than the original Mazinger Z. It's not quite that anymore. They're on fairly equal footing. Hope that answered your question. Probably in way more words than you needed, but you know. Eggnog's good. Man, this one guy's dodgy as hell.
あいつを倒して J デッカ
J バスター
Damn it, these guys. These guys and their dodginess is driving me crazy. Yeah, just a little. Really is just the little mook that could. But little mook that could, you gotta go, man. Shalio's nowhere to be seen. Seems like Lelouch beat him without a fight by picking this route. Now we just need to destroy the enemy force as soon as possible. There we go, problem solved there. Here we go! Now we refuse to die. He's probably gonna miss that, but it doesn't matter. He was even just kind of looking at me for a second there like, you couldn't have used bullseye, and it's like, nah. Just hit on a 67%, bro, it's easy. Mitsuba does it all the time. If you can't do it, you're a worse shooter than Mitsuba. That's what I like to see. I like to see it work. Yeah, get a beam on tiny robot equals crater. Like very early on, the two units you can count on wiping out most nuke units practically instantly. J Deca and Shingeta Dragon. They're just so strong. That said, Az's skill rank little bits we've been given her made her ridiculously powerful in her own right. So we can't really sleep on that. There we go! There's only like one mook left. Sorry, Koji. Nothing for you to do. You can just walk up. This one guy's gonna drive up and probably regret his life decisions. That is an extremely interesting life decision to make, but I'll allow it. Never let it be said, little Zukstani soldier, that you're not the master of your fate. Well, people got one shot today, it seems. Well handled, Suzaku. That name belongs to a dead man. The name Zero just isn't just a title to me. So to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of you trying to claim it for your own. Enemy defense units have been annihilated. Now! All units remain on standby. Intercept any enemies coming to reinforce. CC and I will storm the castle. Lelouch, make sure you rescue Nunnally. CC, if the enemy has any gears users, I'm counting on you to deal with them. Naturally. It's all up to you now, Lelouch. So that mission, honestly, like, that mission is pretty easy. Lady Shama, the rabble has entered the castle. We must evacuate now. There's no need for that. Our first priority must be completing the system as soon as possible. A nightmare frame? Well, that was quicker than I expected. If you fear the name Zero, then surrender. Now. Very impressive. Shalio seems to think you're the dead Suzaku Kururugi, but you're not, are you? Let me guess. Zeros now breed like rabbits? I have nothing to say to scum like you. I'm only here for Nunnally. This nightmare frame's gun is pointed directly at you. Surrender now and I won't kill you. Obey me, unless you'd rather have your kingdom fall into ruin. You won't kill me? Huh. Surrender was never an option. Do you not care at all about your people? I will only say this one more time. Surrender. Be careful. I'm all but certain that woman's got a gears. I just don't know what it does. Alright. Say it as many times as you like. I'm not changing my mind. I see. Then, die. 6 hours ago. That would put me right at the military council, wouldn't it? Still, I've no intention of dying alone. Nunnally and idea, do come with me. You! My nation's soldiers will never lose. Not in a fair fight. I look forward to seeing you again. There's been suspicious activity near our borders. And so, once again, my life is reset 6 hours. What's wrong, sister? Fognar, I have a stratagem to dictate. You've received a prophecy, haven't you? Indeed. I await your orders, your divinity. In slightly less than 6 hours, the enemy will strike. We need to redeploy our forces to be prepared for their attack. Namjalal attack. All shall be as you prophesize. Zero, even with the former master on your side, you'll never beat me. You see, I am fated to redo my life every time I die. No matter what plan you concoct, my experiences will reshape Zukstani to defeat it. Sister? Oh, Shalio, I hate myself sometimes for how much powerless our nation is, for how much I must lean on you. You need never worry about me, sister. I know, it's the world that's wrong. I will correct it with the power of my prophecies. Yeah, so her power is when she dies, she gets projected back to where she was 6 hours ago. She used to have the power of prophecy, and then it all just kind of went fucky-wucky. So, let's start this mission, the second coming of Zero. So let's select our units. Let's take Uso. I think I need to feed Uso some kills, so we'll bring him along. I think we do. I'm pretty sure we keep our kills. Do we get any money that we can spend, though? Let me just see. Doesn't seem like it. It probably doesn't give it to us until we end. Alright then. How's the new Lancelot feel? It should be tuned to fit your style. The Albion Zero is made for multi-enemy engagements, but this one was designed to specialize in one-on-one duels. Thank you, Lloyd. But of course, I was pretty involved in its development, so I'm sure you'll be perfectly satisfied. Still, is the machine upgrade all I need to beat Shalio? Don't sweat it too much, Suzaku. What? Was it something I said? I just never thought the day would come where we'd banter before a battle like this. Yeah, no kidding. Cornelius' team and a separate Time Warriors team acting as a diversion have split the Zukstani army into pieces. We'll break through here and head straight for the castle, where Nunnally is likely being held. Zukstani forces approaching. That is a lot of enemies. That's impossible. What? Went over the reams of data to make sure I chose the least guarded route. So how? Captain, we're getting reports from our diversion teams. All of them have been ambushed and are under heavy fire. It's looking bad. Did they anticipate my strategy? What do we do, Zero? We're too far in to have any hope of retreating. It's do or die now. All units charge. Break through the enemy defense lines as quickly as possible. Oh dear. The degrees of bullshit that we've been subjected to cannot be measured by any mortal means. But yes, I will move all of my units and then I will very quickly save it, just in case. I have not had any crashes in this mission previously, but I am definitely not going to leave it to chance. Do you remember who I... Yeah. It did remember who I said as the pilot on the last mission, which is kind of interesting. Okay, let's save it. Alright. It's very cool that they've, like, when this happened the first time, I was like, wait, what? It's the, man, these guys are getting, these guys are stealing the hit anomalies here. Even that on a 40, we need to bust out a 60% hit and retaliate. I got a feeling you're gonna miss though. The Zukstani units lead very charmed lives. Never mind. Not charmed enough. How could Lelouch misread the situation this badly? Does Zukstan have a strategist that much better than Lelouch? Yeah, but the title coming up again is a very wonderful usage of like the functions of like the way the game works to help support the narrative. she wants to get the super robot points. The problem is like she's got to save scum. She's got to save the game, and if she fails, she has to wait 6 hours and then kill herself to try again. But yes, I believe the Zukstani forces' morale is a lot higher at the moment, or their units are a bit more skilled, so that's why the hit rates seem a little bit better this time around. It's like they're holding back and letting me charge in, which is actually a better strategy as it is as well. Man, these guys are too well trained. Yeah, why not? I don't even care. 44% chance to hit. Whatever. This is just my fire and move strategy to get the commander order into a spot where everybody else can engage in murder. That's the most important part of a fleet command, is just blowing up a target in the general radius and then moving forwards to make yourself a bigger target with your giant healing machine. That's how it goes in real life. You know what? Or, I don't, like, I'm never mad whenever she does it. I'm surprised every time it seems to work. She just does it. Like, she doesn't understand the concept of percentage chance or anything like that. Yeah, she probably had to do it quite a few times to get that first plan to pull off in the first place. Not to mention all the time she's probably had an accidental death and had to redo a day because of it. Not that people constantly accidentally die, but it is something to think about. Blade is the better option here. Just probably gonna miss. I kinda wanna like save the effort. That's better. It's entirely possible that his hit rates aren't entirely accurate, or it's entirely possible that I'm just extremely, grossly lucky, and it disgusts everyone. It's always a possibility that I'm just, like, more lucky than I need to be.
機体が小さかろうが容赦はしねえ。こいつでぶった切れ。
We just need to get our morale up, get some fighting going, and we can clear through these lads nice and quick.
覚悟しやがれよ。とどめだ。たまれ。性能差で勝負が決まると思うな。
Same. You don't just win automatically because you're killing me.
当ててみせる。そんな攻撃で俺たちをやる気とはよ。
Ryoma already giving us the crazy eyes. Well, at least Koshi gets a turn now. If the game is using a double RNG system, you're actually even luckier. Well, I don't understand how RNG systems work in the first place, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they try; they'll never defeat me by. Man, that was an 80. That's what I get for talking mad shit. That's what I get talking mad shit at probability. Whoops. The mouse at the bottom of the screen, so like everything just started running. Alright, well. Yeah, they're a bit sturdier now. We're not one-shotting them.
G ストーンとともにブレイクシンセサイズ G セットシザクス弾撃
Well, at least we can count on Galgaigo to continue to do the hard yakka. I love little dialogue pieces like that. Man, everyone's gonna be really mean to me about missing that one. I am not using the light. I'm not using the max cannon that quickly. I am gonna use the sorted cannon though.
想像以上に俊敏な相手ですね。懐に潜り込みます。
ここまで参照するとは。そちらだけでは不公平だな。狙いはついた。
イカルガに全くついてこられませんね。
That one's got a better hit chance. Both of them kill anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Sorry, both of them arrest, so it doesn't even matter. Well, this is your second go of it. The missing animation for those enemies has very strong XCOM energy. Missing always hurts. There he goes. Time to not die. Almost. I can't believe Zero would screw up a strategy like this. Still, we're through here with him. We can turn this thing around. Man, they are so harsh on Lelouch. It's like you guys know Geases exist, so you can't like just immediately assume it's a Geas user. It's like, nah, Lelouch fucked up. Ye of little faith. Or belief. Or trust. Or trust belief. Ah, well, it's their own fault, I suppose. Let's keep the good times smashing. That's the work of an enemy stand. With the power of my stand, ow fuck, I'm dead. I can go back 6 hours after I die. Wish the enemy factions had more variety in their grunts. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Because we will start seeing some newer and more varied units, but we will always just get, like, alongside them, like, a cornucopia of, you know, bland boys, I suppose you could call them. Yeah, Zukstani is, Zukstani, as near as I can tell, only has these units. It's just like, can we get a little variety? The game's like, no. Okay, maybe we don't maybe we don't fight there. Tell you what I might do. I might just move you in there. I'll just put you in there, Uso, and you can heal and come back out again. No sense in pushing this. Sorry, a lot of stretching going on in my chair. Lamb's starting to fade, so once we finish this mission, this will be for me, I think. That whole staying up till 5 AM finishing Endwalker thing. These guys are more than ready to fight. I'm sort of reminded of the person who asked me like a stream or two ago to like skip. And I was like, I will never skip. I will never skip. I will never speed up. If we have to watch these guys fire the same cannons and sing the same claws over and over again, then so be it. We will. Till they are all dead. Alright, dude. You wanna go throw hands at Lancelot, please. Do a little damage to him, in fact. I'd like him to actually use his gears. He says as they hit him.
の命の意味。そして食材だ。たとえ血を流そうと戦い続ける。
Suzaku going all out, I love it. Alright. Yeah, that's Suzaku's strongest attack.
機動部隊に何かけた。次は僕たちの番だ。さあ決めるぞ。ヘルアンドヘブン。ゲンギルガンゴグフォー。パワーがあろうと直撃さえ許されてれば。
Oops. I was thinking to myself, man, the odds are okay, but I bet it's gonna fuck up somehow.
空を飛べるのか。落ちろ。
イカルがいい調子ですね。
I love that. That thing can fly, yeah. It does a lot of things it probably shouldn't do. It makes the laws of physics cry. Face. Ah, gosh.
なかなか楽しませてくれる。
Yeah, enjoy the battle with Ernie. Oh my god. I suppose this is what I get for parking Rio out on like the flanks, where like in range of all these dudes with their long range cannons. Not that he really seems to care too much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're just sound strategy. They're hanging back. They're making us punch through them. It's one of those little moments where the way that they just have the AI stagger, like them actually activating to attack things, works out pretty well. Oh.
運動性能ならばこちらに部がある。食らわせる。
狙いはいいのですが、それだけです。返礼するのが筋というもの。マナ供給量最大。チャージチャージ。ぶちかまします。
退却命令を。
Another one bites the dust. Thankfully. There's still so many more of them to go.
勇気で民を生かせるなら苦労はしない。そこを動くなよ。そんな攻撃じゃ当たらない。見失ったか。
Yeah. I'm glad they're actually shooting at the one person that can shoot back, though.
直ちに攻撃を開始する。狙いはついた。
今のは少しだけ危なかったです。想像以上に俊敏な相手ですね。回避ルートは見切りました。
完全にこちらのスピードを凌駕している。
Finally, my turn. I'm gonna save, because that turn went good for quite a while, it feels like. Alright, let's attack. We can keep taking punch ups like this because we'll regen everything we use.
了解。重粒子衝撃砲攻撃用意。
目標インレンジ。1番2番撃ち方始め。
Just every time. Mitsuma's just like... She is the tip of the spear, you know? It's kind of funny to say that about a battleship, but she really is just like the thing that leads the way. Alright. Let's start clearing the rest of these clowns out now. I'm tired of fucking around. I don't think I'd put up with another turn like that. I like to call this the turn I lost patience. During the enemy turn, I was starting to fall asleep in the chair and I was like, I gotta start killing these guys, because otherwise I'm gonna like nod off. Boy, love, give us a prophecy. Me too, buddy, me too. The only difference is I'm not exploding. Not yet. Well, it seems like whatever morale loss that was affecting the team before, everyone's got their shit together now.
この手があるヘル&ヘブンゲンギルガンゴークフォーこんなバカな 王兵の指揮はさせない
J デッカあいつを狙うんだ
了解ボス J バスター行けサムラ様予言を
I feel like if they knew, saying "please give us a prophecy" would just be like the equivalent of "please kill yourself." Lady Shamna, just die. Even you're struggling to hit. All right.
これは好機と見ました。出力を限界まで上げます。逃がしません。
退却命令をうわ
So who's left? You. All right then. That was very, very close to being the last thing, last thing that I ever did.
遅れは取らん勝負をかける
破れかぶれの攻撃だね。
It's going for the eye poke. All right, well, if you're the last problem on the field, probably just the Ange wings, huh? Yeah.
生きる回り込む退却命令をあ
Enemy defense units have been annihilated. That was harder than we'd planned for, but this... All units remain on standby, intercept any enemies coming to reinforce. I'd planned on breaking into the castle with CC, but I'll go alone now. Will you be okay, Zero? They figured out my strategy, so we need to be prepared for anything. That's why I want CC here as a backup. Wait for me, Nunnally. I'm on my way. What? Oh, definitely enemy backup. It's an ambush! The way they're acting is like they know every move Lelouch is going to make. They responded to our diversion, and now they even have a two-stage defense plan ready? This is insane. It's like they read my mission briefing. There's tacticians and politicians, but no strategists of note in this country. So how? The machine won't survive much more. What? That's the absolute defense system. Then that nightmare frame is... Gekoi Sui. It was incomplete, but I had the staff get it ready to sortie. I thought it wouldn't be ready for this mission. What a ridiculous choice. Yes, well, it's got its legs attached, and all its weaponry is functional at least. Come on, get in here. Of course. I never imagined we'd be in a situation like this. Who in the world is capable of anticipating my strategy so perfectly? Do you retreat? No, that would mean sacrificing our diversion forces. Then fix this! We'll handle the enemies! You're the brains here, aren't you? Think up something! Everyone. Put together a plan, Lelouch, assuming you really want to rescue Nunnally. But how? Should we give up? Considering the situation, it's that hopeless, is it? Yeah. Well, so was I. Utterly without hope, traveling, searching for even a pinprick's worth of light. But I never gave up. I believed that someday you'd be the same person you were, and now, whoever you are, you're not the Lelouch I wanted back so dearly. Haughty, bratty, overconfident, and never ever willing to give up. That's my Lelouch. Lady, put the fucking gun down. Would you please put the gun down, lady? Cece, honey, I've got pizza. I won't. No, honey, I got your favorite pizza. Look, ooh, I got your favorite. Please don't, no, not to the face, please. And then she kills him. Just kidding. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push this all on you. You go ahead and pull out. This is goodbye. What a selfish woman. Lelouch. I know, Cece. This enemy that read my strategy. They have a gears. A gears? How can you tell? It's just a hypothesis, but I'm going to try to determine their gears based on that assumption. If I'm wrong, we'll just start from the top again. Alright. We'll have to do it while we're fighting, though. Right. Oh, and rescuing Nunnally is non-negotiable. Looks like you've worked things out. Well, by time for you to get whatever you're doing done. Do everything in your power, Lelouch. Absolutely. I'm counting on you. All of you. Alright. So a couple more absolute goons entered the fray, and yes, here's Lelouch's technical command radius. And let's take a look at the stats. So the Gakoi Sui is a little different from the version that appears in the Return of Zero movie, I believe. Primarily because this has links. But yes, they worked with the creators of Code Geass to get the design for this, for the use in this. So what we've got here is Commander level 3, potential 6, break morale limit 2. So that's Lelouch's piloting stuff. Lelouch isn't a very, very good pilot, but he's a very good hang out and make sure everybody else pilots well. But more importantly, he's got a similar thing to what we saw from the Sakura Wars guys, except his is on a turn-by-turn basis. So he can give tactical command and choose either attack, defend, or special, and it only works for one turn. And he's got the absolute defense system. Any attack at 110% morale, any attack that does less than 4,000 damage just straight up just does not. It just doesn't. So that's pretty cool. He also has a jamming device. So the final hit and evasion rates of 2 adjacent allied units becomes 10%. And then he's also got, that's his barrier. So yeah, he's if you look at these numbers, most of the other characters we're doing at the moment are pulling above 200 on things like that. So he's not a terribly great pilot. But he's got the tactical command, and the stat boosts are pretty significant. And then he's got one that just boosts everything and diminishes quite a lot. But it does much the same as with the others. It does cost him a turn, and he can't move and do it. So if I moved him over here, it wouldn't work. Whereas if I did it from here, I'd be able to hit everyone here, and they would get a boost. But instead, I'm gonna attack with him because he does have the absolute zero beam. So let's pop intuition. Let's show off the absolute zero beam. Cece, I'm working on a new plan so that I can only do a little piloting. That'll be enough. Not like I ever expect much from you on that front anyway. Yeah, he's kind of awful. Good to see you're feeling better. You too. I will grant you your every wish. That's my duty as the one who brought you back, and in turn, my own wish. Lelouch, until we have to part for good, I give you everything I have and everything I am. Yeah, she kind of fell in love with him at some point. Hold on a second, I gotta write a post. Someone's wrong on the internet. And now, my crowning achievement. My shitpost. The absolute shitpost beam. Oh, I can't. Hold on. Wait. Oh, yeah. There we go. The absolute zero aim, more like it.
遅れは取らん
Lelouch shows mercenaries with facts and logic. That might be my favorite shitpost today. Man, alright, you, really though? I suppose it costs less than the Thunder Break. Just weird that that's what it's going for the move. For an enemy with like only 1,000 health.
しか能のない相手などに直撃させるぞ
The important thing to note is when I used intuition on Tetsuya, he never actually had a turn where he had to dodge because he insta-killed the enemy. So that carried over for there. That's why the enemy couldn't hit him there.
ああいつでもいいぜ哲也ダブルバーニングファイヤー
Man, you are so lucky, Random Move. Not everybody gets to get murdered by a boss killing a boss killing attack.
平和をこの手に掴むまで
俺たちは戦い続ける戦場で果てるなら本望だ
Of course, the Absolute Zero Beam is an energy hog.
フレームが指揮を出しているか
But that's okay, we can work with that.
その攻撃は通らん
There's the Absolute Zero system.
退路はすでに立った
来るぞルルーシュ
Hold on a second, I'm uploading the entire specs of this mech to World of
敵
Tanks.
は見えている
I have to win this internet argument.
チェックメイトだ
I know it's old news at this point, but I want to say one of my favorite things in the entirety of the universe is that in order to win an argument on the internet, someone has posted like confidential specs of a tank to a public internet forum to win an argument. Except it's also happened twice now for the same game, and the devs have had to say, please don't post confidential military information on our forum space. The thing is that if they were like a mech, I'm pretty sure it was World of Tanks. God, everyone please stop bullying Ryoma from extreme range. He has feelings too. They're mostly murderous feelings and anger.
俺たちを倒すにはちっとばかし
But
力が
look, you're
使え
hitting
ねえ
his
のか
prevail zone. Yes, it was. Yeah, like I said, it happened twice. Two different people from two different countries spilling the secrets on two different machines of war. It's just like, you guys, like the internet argument is not that important to win. Please, like I understand when there's someone out there that is wrong, they have to be told they're wrong, and you have to prove it. I mean, I understand. But geez, wow, like. It is, but and you know, like if we were in a world where there were mechs, you can just know some dude to be like, "There's no way the Zaku can win against the GM. Here's all the GM's secret specs." And then someone from like Shion's just like, "Thanks, idiot." And then Shion still loses. I'm exactly like this. Oh dear. I think the thing that sort of gets me the most is the fact that it didn't actually happen sooner. That's probably the weirder part, because I would have like expected it to happen a lot sooner than it didn't. Might as well. I just want all these guys to die. I'm so tired of all these goons on my plane. My plane of existence, that is.
パワーサンダーブレイク
I think the people at World of Tanks should, as an April Fool's Day joke, say that they were going to like bring in like a mech, and just see how many like tank people just shit themselves. Because there's sort of like this, like, for the most part, like most people who just like things like that are like just cool with whatever. But there's like this very vocal minority who will at any point, any given point in a conversation, work very hard to remind you that there's nothing a mech design should even bother existing for, because tanks are always form and function 100% better, which is correct. But they'll like, you'll be talking about a mech show you like, and they'll be like, oh, but you know, like Gundam's really stupid because there's no way they would ever build it. And you're just like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Dear. Let's just stand by over there. Oh, one unit has not completed their actions. It's you, isn't it, Taba? You and your goddamn completely white mech, you give me the conniptions. Now, are you guys gonna actually drive over, or am I gonna have to, like... Oh, I hate you so much. Stop doing this. Stop it. Get some help. You can't even hit from that range. He has evasion on. Like, you would never... I hate you so much. It's just two of them left, so we'll just do whatever.
相手も焦っているってことだろう。
Let's see what the Hadron shot is.
Nunnallyをさらった罪、償ってもらう。ハドロンブラスターで排除する。戦いの決着は
That's a nice.
まだ先だ。
He's even doing the fire gesture, and then he like fires from the firing gesture. I suppose Mitsuma does, if you think about it. We just need to rid ourselves of these guys now.
しかし生きる 罪を背負いながらこのランスロットと共にそれが僕の選んだ道だ命をかける覚悟はできているこのまま
If that crit, you're going.
スラッシュハーケンで
But yeah, I just know that like if they did like just did a joke announcement that they were adding like a single mech, like a single chicken leg mech to World of Tanks, they would be just like a cat. It'd probably like kill the game. Like the announcement would kill the game. Like there'd just be like mass murders or suicides from all the tank grog nuds. Death threats and all the like. Actually, my idea gets worse the more I think about it, if I'm being honest. But at the same time, I still want to do it. Okay, can we please remove the problem children from the field? Thank you, Ryoma. God, that was a lot.
でどうだ。ただのトマホークだと思うなよ。逃がしゃしねえ。まだまだ。終わりだ。
There we go. Gosh. Well, there we go. What a relief. Now we can get in and rescue Nunnally. We did it! The enemy defense forces are down! Lelouch, it's in your hands now! What do we do, Lelouch? Should we assume the enemy's already prepared for us to move in? Assuming the enemy is a Gears user, we're the ones who have to go. There's no choice. I have 24 backup plans for entrance routes into the castle in case of emergency. I'm uploading them to your console. Pick one at random. Ah, I see. So the only one who knows the plan will be me. Gears don't work on you, so if the enemy has a Gears that can read thoughts, we'll have that covered. I've chosen a plan. Time to execute it. Now, let's see what they do. Lady Shamna, the rabble has entered the castle! He broke through that many defense lines and even prepared multiple entry plans? Zero. Seems I was right. I can't underestimate you. Lady Shamna, we must evacuate. We must complete the system at all costs. For that sake, even my own life means nothing. Lady Shamna! Yeah, she just shot us off. But why did you kill yourself? Cause I gotta time travel now. BRB, baby. There's been suspicious activity near our borders. Fognar, I have a stratagem to dictate. Also, Shalio, take Batul and move immediately to the point I am about to indicate. You've received a prophecy, haven't you? Indeed. This time I'll end this, and then I will correct the world. I'm in hell! More reinforcements! This is completely ridiculous. They've deployed the absolute minimum to handle the diversion teams and have their main force deployed to block this one route. Even if they had a printout of our battle plan, this would be way too on the nose. Oh, for right after we hack through their stupid 5-stage defense and send him off. Don't worry, everyone. I'm sure Zero will rescue Nunnally. Lelouch! I'm sorry, we failed to reach the castle. What? The entry route we picked was closed off. And now this beggars belief. I know for a fact that 10 hours ago nothing was there, so... No, but like, even if the enemy knew your battle plan exactly, this is all way too much. In the first place, wasn't the infiltration route picked at random by CC? So how? Only CC knew the route we were going to take, and the Gears can't affect me, which means the enemy's Gears doesn't read any particular individual's thoughts. Furthermore, this quick response means the Gears user must be someone who can issue orders to the entire kingdom, or as close to those who can. Do we assume it's King Shalio then? No, that's unlikely. He's too focused on Suzaku. I'd guess it's either his sister Shamna or the elder Fognar over in the castle. It's just as my sister said, now's my chance to strike while they're exhausted. Well, guess it'll just be like stomping on ants, huh? Don't get too cocky. We'll never yield. What's wrong? Something's off. The Zukstani kidnapped Nunnally, but they're not even making use of what she'd known. Which means their goal was Nunnally herself. And considering the deployment of the enemy's forces, they don't seem to care about defending the country itself. What does this mean? Do they not care if their country is lost so long as their goal is fulfilled? Zukstan's General Fognar is known as the Brown Bullet for a reason. He's a guardian, a defender. A man like him would never willingly adopt a strategy like this. So that must mean the Gears user is Shamna, correct? She's the logical option, but we can't be sure. What that knowledge helps us with is determining what the enemy's Gears actually is. Considering the enemy's actions with the timing of the construction that closed off our entry route, as well as Shamna's supposed power of prophecy, the enemy's Gears. If I can just figure out the means they're using to read my plan, I can overcome it, I'm sure. So, if it's Suzaku Kirugi and the Lancelot, does that mean the Black Nightmare frame hair is a different Zero piling in it? Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Once they're both scrapped, that will prove I'm the strongest. Looks like the prince wants the white and black ones. Guess that leaves me with the red. Bring it on, I've got plenty of fight left in me. Keep fighting, everyone. It's not much, but I see a chance. Buy time for me to turn that chance into a guarantee. We can win, right, Lelouch? Yes, I will make us win. Okay, I believe in you. While you're standing there thinking, we'll give those idiots something to do. All units focus fire on the White Nightmare frame piloted by King Shalio. Suzaku, he's laser focused on you. You keep him busy. Right, eliminating those who would disrupt the world's peace is no, Zero's duty. I'm counting on you all, just a little bit more. Just buy me a little bit more time. Alright, so the victory condition is destroying the Nagashu main. So naturally we're going to do that last. So, there is, as you can see, all the units that we already moved this turn have already moved. Worse still, every single one of our units have taken a straight 50% damage and have straight only got 50% of their health back. And we're fighting against a fairly ready for us force. So, help. So King Shalio's back. The Nagashu main hasn't really changed, just stats have gone up. But Beetle is now riding in a quite large Batalalan Du. And he's a pretty tough boy, and much the same as Hashia, he has apply terrain. Again, there's not really any terrain to play with here, so not sure what exactly he's going to get out of it. But we have a medium-sized giant scorpion to deal with. So let's save the game again. And have everybody jump inside. All those extremely lucky kills she got have just paid off in spades. And because we have energy and health regen, somebody who's already ready to launch in there. Who though? Who did I put in there? Ah, the Elgheim. Okay, well, Elgheim still needs some time, so fuck it. Just let them all bunch themselves up a little. As I like to see. the party bus was probably the most sensible play. Just in terms of like the energy costs and everything. So it's like, let's just peel everyone in. They're not holding back. They're all coming in hot and fast. Okay, so yep, everyone's back to full again. That did not take any effort whatsoever. So let's clear the way. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically just get everyone back for a second, let all the enemy move up a little bit more, cluster in, and then just fucking unleash hell. The Driss Traeger just happens to have the best pit crew on the planet, really. Everyone just piles in, changes the tires, away we go.
らには無敵の予言が。
Your immutable prophecy sucks. Still feel like it's going to be an incredibly long enemy turn when it comes up. But we are doing a lot more damage to them now.
この圧倒的な強さ、まさか本当にランスロットなのか。取ったぞ。降伏するんだ。ノナリーをさらった罪、償ってもらう。やるぞ、キズ。
格闘戦だな。とどめだ。
無念。
悪くない戦闘だ。
Teamwork makes the dream work, makes the guy die. Ah, that's the stuff. We just got Disrupt. Disrupt is a flat 50% accuracy debuff to all enemies on the field for a turn. So when these two get stuck in and we start having to like destroy them, I'll probably pop it just to make everything a little easier on us. Like Lelouch is worth using. He's worth leveling up because he does a lot of really good map affecting things. So having him like clean up enemies, nukes for like experience points and things like that, and then sending, you know, and then having him buff whoever you want to go in to kill a boss is perfectly viable tactic.
ナイトメアフレーム同士の戦闘で遅れは取らん。死ねえ。
そうはいくか。
大変だな。偉いやつに振り回されたよ。これならどうだ。
この敗北決して忘れん。
The Quagmire was the previous lot of enemies. This is a lot nicer. Sorry, lady one. Focus on like cleaning up enemies one at a time.
想像以上に俊敏な相手ですね。手加減なしで。
I have less to endure when they have their turn.
AI の動きは単調だから。ディープスラッシャー。
Go Hatsune Miku, zap to the extreme.
ターゲットは見えてる。
Definitely gonna be like drinking a lot of coffee once I finish this. I feel like I'm gonna have a cup for myself and then a cup when it drip that's like just gonna be running directly into my veins. And I'll probably have hot chocolate to help me get to sleep at a reasonable hour tonight because my body's probably like, nah, you want to be awake at 3 AM, don't you? Because you've been doing it like the last few days. I'm like, yeah, but that was just for like video games. I don't want to do that anymore. And it'll go too bad. Fuck you, and I'll die.
早いけど ジェイダーほどじゃない。ブレイクシンセサイズ G セットシナプス眼撃。戦場で果てるなら本望だ。
Might as well.
俺の手でとどめを刺してやるぜ。ただのトマホークだと思うなよ。
Not actually a tomahawk, it's an axe. A battle axe.
まだまだ。終わりだ。
Very nicely done. Goodbye, armor. Have a nice day. Have a nice explosion. There's only just carved like a big semicircle right in front of the Driss trigger. Bye.
そのナイトメアフレームで俺を止められるものか。グレートの力を見せてやる。サンダーブレイク。とどめだ。
Probably worth noting, I only loaded everyone in to get all their energy back. I didn't care so much about the health, because so many of my units have potential. Alright, let's just save, because we did a lot just now, and I really hate for something to go wrong.
さっきのはヒュッケバイン30に助けてもらった。ごめんなさい。行きます。照準は合ってるから。
That's just rude. Just like Lelouch said, looks like the Claw's working with Zukstani. Just you wait, Claw. Once Lelouch has his sister again, we're coming for your head next. Of course, currently being outranged again, but it's always fun.
見えてるぜ、お前のやり方は。参った。やることがねえ。援護が必要か。死ね。絶好のチャンスだったのにな。
Stop picking on Van. It's so rude.
敵戦力の中核
Or keep picking on Van. He can take it.
もらった。
たるかよ。戦争ってやつには興味はねえが、食らっとけ。性能差で勝負が決まると思うな。
I'm assuming I'm winning because I'm luckier. Yeah, everyone's just going straight in for the Huckbone. I'll take it.
戦力は潰せるときに潰す。いけ。
常に頭を冷静にって兄さんも言ってた。まだ攻撃範囲にいる。だったらコンビネーションで追い詰める。網にかかった。そこ。
You generally wouldn't expect generally wouldn't expect somebody to take their only weapon and just huck it straight at you and then like launch themselves at you. Probably caught him a bit by surprise. Almost there.
そんな動きが鈍いんだ。当てるよ。そこだ。
I always love the Tomino based line of just like, hey, if you don't move, you're probably gonna get lots of damage. Like, you know, get out of here. It's not quite like the Belry warning shots, but you know, it's up there. But I hope you're doing more than 4,000 damage, or this is gonna be embarrassing. I suppose it doesn't matter. Give him a wave, Lelouch.
偽情報で敵を動揺させる策か。
その位置か。当てる。流れを敵に渡しはしない。
That's fair enough.
俺が相手をするにふさわしい手だれか。スラッシュハーケンで。
Finally, a foe worthy to face me and my little roly wheelie thingy. Finally, a worthy foe. I need help. Local soldier loses dignity he didn't even think he had left to lose. It's just like, whatever, man. I don't even know. I can't even count. I don't even know what a 60 is, you know, like out of 100. What is that? Is that like 100%? That'll do me. Oh boy, here we go. Hey, that red nightmare frame is the Gurren, ain't it? So then it must be that red-haired Black Knight girl in it. That was a lot of colors. You must be the pond scum who's running that silver prison then. Oh, looks like you got some spunk still, huh? I can't wait to beat it out of you. Not this time. There's no one on the planet who can beat me when I'm in the Gurren. For Zero, for Nunnally, heck, for the world, I will win!
少しは楽しめそうな相手じゃねえかよ。追い詰めろ。その巨体じゃこのスピードにはついてこられないみたいだね。反撃はできないけど位置はつかめた。
Oh boy, here we come. Oh, Suzaku Kururugi. I hope you don't think you've got a chance against me just because you've got a new Lancelot. I'm going to win, not because of my nightmare frame, but because of my resolve. I don't like your attitude. Don't think that you're the only one carrying a heavy burden. What I shoulder is far heavier than you. For my country and for my sister, I will be the strongest warrior. And for Lelouch, and for the world Lelouch protected, Zero will be victorious. No, I will. No, me. I'm the victorious one. My burden's heavier. No, me.
平和を乱した罪あがなってもらうこの距離ならこれだ当ててみせる
It's a start.
そんなものじゃないだろうクルルギスザク
Alright. Well, let's keep bopping these guys. I'm gonna intuition this one.
本艦が皆の希望になるのです。重粒子衝撃砲攻撃用意。
了解重粒子衝撃砲攻撃用意
目標インレンジ。
1番2番撃ち方始め。
It's probably worth noting that it's not gonna kill the target, it's gonna kill this guy who has no health. But you know, a shoot down is a shoot down. Yeah, the damage control, energy restoration is already getting up pretty high.
反撃の手段を読まれただと
They are like energy and health regen small, but it's actually not that small at all. Let's not bother moving out of any range or anything like that. Let's just drop this guy from like. Sorry, let's arrest this machine now.
俺を使ってくれジェネカやるぞガンマックスチェンジ ジェネカマックスキャノンモード
It's like,
Charge up! Max
don't worry, friend. I'll protect you in my horribly battered machine. It's supposed to be the other way around, really. Nice.
やったねジェネカガンマックス。
終わったなユータ
That's one long-range problem out of the way. Keep fitting the Elgheim kills.
小さくて狙いにくい。
そういうのの相手はリリスで慣れてる
She's right there in the cockpit with you, man. Why you gotta like sassle us like that? She's a wonderful little fairy. She's metal as fuck too. She like flies into like enemies like holding a grenade. Like, this little fairy holding a grenade and then just like pulls the pin and leaves again, and then everyone else is just like, what the fuck? And that's why she's great. That's why everyone likes her. Everyone who's me.
本当ってやつには興味はねえがリータ
He's been the quiet MVP of this mission. Let's drop this Mong. Actually, let's see. Can I? Okay, I can't get him from there, but I can drop this guy. Nice. Even when tired, nice. That's the stuff we said. Might even say that was a nice shot.
我らには無敵の予言が
Oh, he's like one more kill away from 50. I think that's when he gets his first unit upgrade.
気持ちだけでも前に出ないと。逃がさない。
Alright, bye. Okay, so we've only really got a small number of problems left. This is a good spot for it. That's what the episode 0 beam looks like as well. That'll do.
世界の脅威はこの俺が叩き潰してやる。哲也、ダブルマジンガーの力を見せてやろうぜ。いいだろう。では行
I
く
just
ぞ。
love that in sync nod.
ダブルバーニングファイヤー。平和をこの手に掴むまで俺たちは戦い続ける。バカな、こんなバカな。
There we go. So now it's just that guy. I want to have all my strong lads set up the fortress Scorpion for Callan, so because you know he's picking a fight with her, so she should get the kill.
やるんだ。それが僕の命の意味。そして食材だ。ランスロット、格が違いすぎる。
There we go. Lulu should be able to kill that one
運
now.
動性能ならばこちらに分がある。そこだ。相手が戦士の国だろうと。
All right. Please don't miss.
各機作戦をファイナルに移行する。
偽情報で敵を動揺させる策か。
逃がしはしない。
い
Excellent.
いぞルルーシュ。さよなら。
こんなところで。
容赦ない。
Okay, it's time to soften up this guy.
相手が強ければ強いほど攻略しがいがあるものです。出力を限界まで上げます。逃がしません。
そう来るとは恐れ入ったぜ。チョコマが動いても逃げられねえさ。早く逃げねえと捕まるぜ。
ミカルがいい調子ですね。
One of the nice things is they do give you back all your spirit, so you can start spirit spamming to try and take these psychos down again.
こいつで落ちろ。必殺パワーサンダーブレイク。うわ修理費をかけさせやがって。少しは楽しめそうな相手じゃねえかよ。
Vital. Bitter world.
俺は戦闘のプロだぜ。やらせはしない。
当てにしてるよ副隊長。
任せてくれ隊長。まだこの手がある。ヘルアンドヘブン。ゲンギルガンゴルフォー。
It's funny, I said I was gonna do a shorter stream today, and it's this mission. This mission is like, it's like 4 hours, or like 4 hours and 30 minutes in now into the stream. Because I thought I'd do this mission before I stopped, and it's just like, Nice, he's got a sail on.
隊長に褒められて光栄だ。
Alright, how much health has he got left? Do you reckon you can get that one, maybe with a bit of a direct attack and smash hit, perhaps? Callum, you reckon you can put this guy into his dumb idiot grave now? Well then, there's only one thing to do.
Dragonのパワー思い知らせてやる。こいつで蹴りをつけてやる。
This Ryum is now going to show what it looks like when he hits you with that attack. We've got a yard sale on missiles. Big missiles, little missiles, missiles that fit in giant scorpion tanks. You won't believe how many missiles we've got. You don't want to miss out on these prices, but you also don't want to shoot the entire complement of missiles at these prices. That's wasteful. Don't do it. What are you doing? They're trying to stop this guy from like doing the ad, and he just keeps going. They're like trying to like pull him off. Cut the camera. Got him. Yeah, you ain't exactly gonna walk away from that one if you were anything but like a giant robot. Anyway. Doesn't spin the wind. That's a very distinct, very distinct death face. Friggin', how the hell did my battle Alan 2 get so overwhelmed? Oh, whatever, I've done my bit if you ask me. Alright, see you later, dude. What the? He ran! He was never more than abandoned. I don't need anyone who can't shoulder the pride of Zukstan. Come, you two Zeros, I will drown you in Zukstan's pride. In my power! Looks like we can't break through the lines here until we defeat that boy. I'll do it then. It's Zero's duty to bring an end to this villain who kidnapped Nunnally and ruined the peace. I loved peace. Then this guy, he was just like, fuck you, I hate peace. And then nobody had peace. And we're all really mad at him. And he still doesn't get it. He's like, why are you all mad at me? I was just, you know, doing my thing. It's like, you fucked up the peace. He's like, the peas? I don't like peas. Well, I love peas. And they just start arguing about, like, meals. Absolutely no bonuses on Sasaki, by the way. This is all just him not wanting to die. Like, this guy's a boss. Like, I feel like that's the thing that has to be sort of like pressed on this. is this guy is like a boss level character, so the command radius bonus isn't that tremendous. So Suzaku's just pretty much running on pure not wanting to die. Alright, well. First I'll save, just in case the game does anything weird. I don't want fucking lose lose anything. I refuse to lose anything. Alright, let's start softening him up.
後ろの覚悟が必要な相手か俺を使ってくれ J デッカやるぞガンマックスチェンジ J デッカマックスキャノンモード
I just love the way he says Max Cannon Mode. Max Cannon Mode.
Max Cannon 発射
Yeah, he's definitely a durable lad, this one. It wasn't killer, so how'd he get away with that? It's just like, what? It's J Decker. He has the power of the law and anime on his side. He's so adorable and excited. Alright. Next up. Zooming around all over, it's like there's more than one of you. Behold the Nugget Shoe Main's power! He'll never lay a finger on me! What a pain. Fine, I'll cut all of you down! He's just rushing in without a plan? What is he, some kind of idiot? Yes. The funny thing is like everyone does get it right. They're all like, what is he, some kind of idiot? And the answer is yes, he is some kind of idiot. He's definitely a kind of idiot. Like, so many people keep expecting more out of him, but it's like, no, he's an idiot. Like, too much aiming, not enough hitting. It's like, that guy went at you with, like, everything, like, 5 times, man. You know what, if we're gonna do this... Should I? I mean, I might as well. Every little bit helps. I don't think we see this attack nearly enough anyway. Just give me one more prophecy. It's like, you're like, no offense, Shalio, but right now your kingdom is running on at about 3 or 4 layers of prophecy right now. Like, my dude. Like, you're hopped up on so much prophecy, it's wild. Alright, soften him up one more time and then give Live Boy the kill. And Yeah, I know some people will point out if I actually moved these two together, I'd probably get more out of this, but at the same time, there's just so many things to kill spread across the battlefield. It always just feels like overkill putting them next to each other.
平和をこの手に掴むまで。
俺たちは戦い続ける。
あの重い攻撃を再び食らうわけにはいかない。極東の偽善者が英雄など。メギスタス・オメガ。予言に従えば僕たちは絶対に負けない。
It's not that funny.
どうした？かすり傷にもなってないぜ。
Now the real question is, still not enough to kill him. This is the power of prevail, really.
そういうのの相手はイリスで慣れてる。エルガイムのパワーだ。やるんだ。
Sorry. It used to be called Prevail. Potential is the name. It's the one, you know. Sometimes my brain goes back to like the older Super Robot Wars games I've played, where the translation for it was Prevail, not Potential. Okay. You got this right now? Good. I'm also not leaving anything to chance. And there we go. Let's do this.
相手の一手先を読めば生きる。やるんだ。それが僕の命の意味。そして食材がここまで私の
Alright, y'all ready to do the fourth stage of this? I'm just kidding. You won't stop the Nugget Shoe main so easily. You gotta be kidding, he's still going to try to fight? Either way, that's the enemy's formation disrupted Lelouch. Well, what do we do? Blasted, I still can't be absolutely sure I can protect Nunnally. But even so, we've got to go now. It's time to make one last gamble. Go for it, Zero. Rescue Nunnally and end this battle. Please end this battle. I beg you, end this fucking battle. Another lost life. But if I can just connect to Nunnally, then this will all... I won't let you. Zero, say you've made it this far. Of course, if you take my life, I will just do it all over again. Are you trying to access C's world? That face. Are you the evil Emperor Lelouch? I see, so that's it, is it? Huh, truly fate is a curious beast. I didn't think I'd meet the reason I had to devise this plan in person. Shamna, do you know I almost had the world in the palm of my hand? How could I? More accurately, how can you not? You and I have the same gears. Gasp! It was quite a shock, realizing that someone else had the same gears as I do. Well, this will be a long talk, I'd say. Why don't you prepare some mint tea for us? Oh, that's right, you dislike it. Pardon me. Oh man, right at the end of my stream, I had two bots come in at the same time. Two die. There we go. Two people slain in the Super Robot Wars. The same as mine. No, calm down, Shamna. He could easily have read about my tastes and hobbies anywhere. Still, it's true that he's driven me this far. For that matter, is this the first time he and I have spoken? Or has Lelouch also used his travels back through death to orchestrate this situation for me? What's wrong? Use your gears. You insolent. Well then, You show me your power first. Princess, we will dispose of this rabble immediately. Do not kill him. You must not kill that man. And thus, all my conditions for victory are met. Lelouch v. Britannia orders you. Servants of Shanma, obey my orders. Nam Jalal attack. Nam Jalal attack. What? What is this? It's exactly what it looks like. This is my gears, the absolute power to command. You deceived me. You don't have the same gears as I do. Coward! I needed to know your power and what activated it. I had deduced you were somehow returning through time, and considering the timing in which you responded to my strategies, I realized it had to be about 6 hours back. All that was left was learning how you activated it, so I simply took the obvious path to gaining that knowledge. That was what you playing at, having the same power as I did. It was a shock, though, to think your gears is one that sends you through time by dying. Were you planning to use Nunnally to travel to a time of your choosing somehow? Tell me, Lelouch, don't you wish you could redo parts of your history? My gears, endless rebirth, can change the past. I could make it so you never need to be called the evil emperor, never hide yourself from the world, if you would just work with me. Do not deny who I am. All of my pain, my sadness, my regret, together they are what makes me who I am. Don't you dare take my scars away from me. Do you not want a better tomorrow? Tomorrow is the product of many things coming together. Failures and mistakes are an inevitable part of that. That's as true in Zukstani as it is anywhere. No, I am right. You're wrong. You are so terribly wrong, Shamna. Your path is one no person who claims to rule should ever take. So, what will you do? Will you slay me? Slay Shamna? No. You will sleep. Forever. Sleep. It's over. Now we just have to rescue Nunnally. But before we do that, there's something else I have to attend to. Yeah, no, he basically just like super bluffed her out of existence. There's only so far knowledge will take you, and the rest you make up. And that's the best. That's the best example of how Lelouch does his plans. He gets as much information as he can, but he wings the rest of it. And by God, he wings it fabulously. Why can't I get in contact with my sister? Where's our prophecy? Heed me, soldiers of Zukstan. My name is Zero. Our operation has succeeded. Nunnally v. Britannia is already in my custody. He's lying. That can't possibly be true. See, well, you say her loyal followers will keep her on life support forever. They only need to have her alive for 6 hours. Because you know what happens then? Every time she dies, she goes back 6 hours while she's still asleep. So she technically sleeps forever. She will never stop sleeping. Time will move on without her. She will be in a forever loop of snooze. It's kind of hecked up, if you think about it. That's like a horror coma. That's like Groundhog Day, but the person is in a coma. Bill Murray is in a coma for the entirety of Groundhog Day. Instead of the audience. No, I'm kidding. I like that movie. I hereby order my comrades, retreat immediately. Our operation is a success. All units, respond as quickly as possible. This is your final order from Zero. Live! That is all that matters. Silence! Whee! Get out of my way. I have to get to my sister. No, it's time for you to pay for your crimes. For kidnapping Nunnally and for breaking the peace. Crimes? Crimes? What is Zukstan without war? Tell me! Just surrender. This battle's already over. It's not over. I have to be the strongest for my sister, who shoulders this nation's burdens too. Well then. How many people have had to suffer so I can keep my wretched body functioning? If I lose here, why did I even... Sister, tell me, what was I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do now? The Zukstani army has begun to disengage. Furthermore, the majority of the enemy forces are disarming as per orders from General Fognar, but the others seem to be fleeing. I wonder if we've actually fought our last battle with Zukstan. Still, we were able to rescue Nunnally. Well, the fight might go on, but what matters is that we've made progress towards the end. Right, Lelouch? Nunnally! Could her consciousness be in C's world? The gate below the prison is already gone. There's only one we can use, the gate Shamna built. If that's what we have to do to save Nunnally, then that's what we do. We can't be picky. Alright, going back in the crazy world again. I could have done this alone, you know. I'm not going to let you. Well then, head over in that direction. That's where Nunnally is. What about you? I want to go check up on something. Alright, I'll trust you with it then. Right then. How long has it been since you split off from the Order, Shamna the Divine? A pleasure to meet you, Master CC. Are you a failed project? Actually, I don't think so. Originally, my gears allowed me to look into the future, but somehow it transformed into this. Gears get weird over time. Because of the warping of the world's laws, no doubt. I, trapped with nowhere to go, came to dream. The dream of reforging of our world. My country has no way to earn money or resources saved by conflict. Lelouch's peace puts us on the path to annihilation. Ironic though. Now that same Lelouch has forced you to wander forever in the darkness between life and death. What do you desire? It is in my power to send you on if you wish, but... Here. Here I can meet all the lives that pass on. Someday, even Shalio will. Oh, Shalio, how many times has he been hurt or even died for my sake? If that is your wish, then so be it, but don't leave your regrets behind. It really musses up the place. Brother! Let's go home, Nunnally. But this place is... This is where the last traces of many people linger. That's all I can say. This... The Mind's Lost here are trying to swallow us up? If I can, at least ensure Nunnally is safe. No! Nunnally. Brother, please, I have so much to say to you that I've never been able to. I don't want to part without saying it again. O thoughts who create this place, heed me. Lelouch V. Britannia orders you. You will! Brother? Nunnally. My gears is my burden to bear. My sins, so... Wait, this. These thoughts are different. I see. So you'll save us once again, will you? What about Nunnally? If you're back and whole, then I have no doubt Nunnally's fine. She's just asleep for now. I see. Contact my sister. Have her secure Nunnally. What will we be doing about this place? We blow it up. We have no more use for C's world. Wait just one moment, if you would. I say that's an awfully violent resolution, wouldn't you? Who are you? Me. Oh my, I've never been one for introductions. A right hand that's a claw. You must be the claw that Van's been pursuing. Yes, some people do like to call me that. Lelouch Lamperouge orders you, Claw, obey my orders. You're wasting your time. A gears won't work on me. What? I've been acquainted with your order for quite a while now. I had them ward me against it. Ku Kireng Crew. Oh goodness, it's been forever since anyone called me that. Cece, you know this man? He's been a supporter of the Order from before I was its master. That's about all I know, though. I never imagined he would be the man Van was pursuing. Cece, get Nunnally into the Gecko Isui now. Now, you don't need to be so guarded. I really just want to have a talk, that's all. About what a peaceful and happy world would look like. We're getting out of here now. This man's dangerous. Correct response. We've been informed by Her Highness Cornelia that Princess Nunnally has awoken. Lelouch, doesn't he want to go see Nunnally? He's got some other stuff to do, let him be for now. I see, so the claw was there. I'm sorry, Van, there was nothing I could do. Don't sweat it, it's my job to put him 6 feet under and nobody else's. No, he's clearly an enemy to me as well. What? That man had an eeriness beyond reckoning. There was no question he will be a blight upon the world. I'll be remaining with the Time Warriors to stop him. The Zero Requiem failed to bring everlasting peace to the world, so the responsibility to make it right falls to me. Of course, I don't know how long I'll be able to linger in this world regardless. Well then, Lelouch, from today onwards, you and I are both Zero. Says Aku. Your sins are mine, so let's find that peace we desire, together. Lelouch, so this is your new battle, is it? Not one of atonement, but to search for what you can for the future. You're strong. The miracle worker Zero. He's definitely going to make a powerful ally, but... You really think we can trust him? Don't sweat it. If he starts acting stupid, I'll cut him in half. Easy. Not that I think it'll be a problem. You do actually trust him, don't you? Nah, not quite. He knows about the claw, that's all. Well, in that case, Tamaki and I will also accompany the Time Warriors. Wherever Zero is, the loyal Shinichiro Tamaki won't be far. Suppose I'll be coming along as well. Jeremiah? Of course, we will accompany you as well, Lord Lelouch. Sadly, my nightmare frame was damaged, but I'm sure I can find other ways to be of aid. Yeah, sadly we don't get Jeremiah and his little mech in this one. You have my thanks. I'll be needing all of you in the days to come, I'm sure. How about you, Van? Are you with us? Not like I think you'd listen to me if I said I was against all this. You're right about that. That man is no longer your problem alone. Whatever floats your boat, just remember, at the end of the day, his head's mine. Of course. You said you wanted to know what lies beyond revenge? I hope you find that answer for yourself. Just don't forget, your enemy might be a far more horrifying foe than you think. Good work rescuing honorary WHA consultant Nunnally. Let us handle things from here. What will happen to Zukstani? We're viewing King Shalio's escape beyond its borders as an effective abdication. Henceforth, the Earth Federation will step in to manage Zukstani political administration. Does that mean that Zukstani will be joining the Federation? Whether this is domination or harmonious collaboration, well, unfortunately that will be up to interpretation. However, I believe in the principles of the Federation and its focus on the free will of individuals. We don't have time to get sentimental, though. The Time Warriors will be departing for Jupiter with the 3G. So, after I defeated the Battle of Ceres, the Volgaroo are commencing their invasion of the Earth sphere, but conversely, their main base in the vicinity of Jupiter has been relatively silent. 3G believes this is our best chance. So Project Z is about to begin. 3G has already made all necessary preparations. As soon as you're all ready, you're to rendezvous with them at Jupiter's Alma guest base. Depending on the situation, however, we may mandate you to go directly to Jupiter. Understood. We swear we will serve to the best of our abilities. We're counting on you, Commander Mitsuba. I believe that the Time Warriors will be a world-changing force. We will live up to your expectations. We will, to bring this world together. And for that, we got the power pot GJG Farm Orange. Also, attachable armor cocoon. Also, Oki and Tamaki are now supporters. Also, Lloyd is a supporter. Also, Jeremiah and Anya are supporters. So we just got like 3 sets of supporters out of that, and some fun parts. Yeah, Prince Boy is going to be showing up later. Much later, probably. Okay. So, having done that, we still really only have the one other mission which we'll do next time. And assuming no other ones open up, we'll head straight to Jupiter. Because as some of you have probably guessed, next time on Super Robot Wars 30, we will head off to attain the most powerful, most promising part of all of humanity. Bravery. I am exhausted. I am absolutely... I will see you all next Wednesday. I'm going to take this weekend off again, because I think I'm still going to be readjusting my sleeping habits. So yes, next week, Bravery. And to sing us all out, whoever it is that turns up on here.
ビクトリーの運動性に僕とハローの2人分の精神コマンドがあればやれるはずだ。
待て、ウッソ。
しまった。他のユニットが未行動のままでフェーズ終了してしまった。
完全に一人で突っ走ってるわね。ちゃんと組織戦をしないと。
敵に囲まれたらあっという間に撃墜されるぞ。ちゃんと仲間と連携するんだ。
プレイヤーの皆さんも各ユニットの連携で戦ってね。
俺やマーベットや主楽隊のみんなも使ってくれよ。
Yeah, that's not happening.